Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo gorąco. Kto jest dzisiaj w dobrym nastroju? Kto jeszcze ma taki nieokreślony, że jeszcze może się okazać? A to są dane osobowe. Czyli zasadniczo nie powinno być tego pytania, Panie Antoni.
Oczywiście, ja się zawsze czuję.
To jest, słuchajcie, mikrofon numer 3. No, a jak Pana nastrój, jeśli miałbym już tak iść w to łamanie tych wszystkich zasad?
Tak publicznie?
Właśnie nie wiem, jak Pan chce.
Znaczy jest dopiero poranek. Jeszcze się nie zdążyłem zdenerwować ani zmarć.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Tomorrow I will be seeing you, Piotr, at the stage. Tell me, what is it that you like the most during this Congress? I would say it's about atmosphere and the energy that I could feel radiating from all the panelists, all the participants, and I hope we will repeat the success both today and tomorrow. Do you remember Piotr from last year? Do you remember Justyna, perhaps? Here is a fan club. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Tomorrow we will see each other at 9 o'clock at the micro-analysis presentation. Today we will be finishing late and you still want us to see each other at 9. I hope you will be able to be attending both tonight and in the morning tomorrow. Okay, what will you do tonight? Well, I think during our evening gala you can exchange your opinions on internationalization of research. Thank you very much to Piotr and Justyna. So warm thanks and loud applause. They were also moderating the session in 2 languages at the same time. And now I'm going to speak English so that everybody knows what's going on.
I to jest właśnie czas, żeby oficjalnie wszystkich przywitać. Tak było na poprzednich edycjach. Kto był co najmniej raz na tym wydarzeniu? Drodzy Państwo, no większość z nas. Myślimy, że około 3/4 to powracający uczestnicy, więc to też dobrze świadczy o tym wydarzeniu, że ono jest merytoryczne i że wszyscy na tym skorzystamy. To teraz witam gorąco tych, którzy właśnie się włączyli do nas, bo oglądają nas na YouTubie Nawy, a więc dzisiaj przez najbliższych 7-8 godzin będziemy mieli właśnie Kongres Umiędzynarodowienia. 4. edycja. Witamy Państwa gorąco, dziękujemy, że jesteście z nami i Wasze komentarze pod naszym filmem, pod tą transmisją, to też będą dla nas pytania, potencjalnie pytania, które możemy włączyć do panelu. Państwo wszyscy, też nasi uczestnicy, uczestniczki tutaj są zaproszeni do tego, żeby cały czas się zgłaszać, podnosić rękę, żebyśmy mogli rozmawiać po prostu ze sobą. Tak właśnie to dzisiaj widzimy. No dobrze, to jest chyba czas, żeby rozpocząć, a rozpocząć to będzie konkretny człowiek mógł, nie ja, bynajmniej dr Wojciech Karczewski, dyrektor Nawy. Przywitajmy gorąco pana dyrektora.
Managing Director of the National Academic Exchange Agency NAWA. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Pan dyrektor tutaj do nas zmierza i będzie właśnie tutaj z Państwem, a kiedy jest na scenie, to jeszcze raz usłyszy brawa. Zapraszam.
And a round of applause to Dr. Karczewski.
Szanowny Panie Ministrze, Szanowny Panie Rektorze, Szanowni Państwo, jest mi
Microphone, please.
niezmiernie miło i jestem zaszczycony, że mogę otworzyć 4. Kongres
Unfortunately, the
Umiędzynarodowienia,
speaker is not using a
organizowany przez
microphone.
Narodową Agencję Wymiany Akademickiej, którą mam zaszczyt reprezentować, i Akademię Górniczo-Hutniczą imienia Stanisława Staszica w Krakowie.
English interpretation will be
Najważniejsze z
resumed as
perspektywy
soon as the speaker
dzisiejszego
is talking to a
kongresu jest
microphone.
to, że mamy gotową strategię
Thank
umiędzynarodowienia
you very
polskiego
much
szkolnictwa
indeed.
wyższego
Let me tell
i
you
nauki.
that we now have the
Prace nad
strategy
tą
for
strategią
Polish research
rozpoczęły
and
się
science
takie
internationalization.
realne prace
The work on that has
mniej
commenced
więcej rok
some
temu.
time ago,
Z
to be more
chwilą
exact, a year ago.
powołania zespołu w obecności pana ministra nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego
And then
Marcina
a team
Kulaska.
was appointed by
I ten
Dr.
zespół
Kolaska.
dostał jedno
And this
zadanie,
team
no
was
proste
allocated
zadanie,
with a
stworzyć
very
naprawdę
simple
świetną
task
strategię
to come up with
umiędzynarodowienia
a
polskiego szkolnictwa
fantastic
wyższego i nauki.
strategy for the internationalization of Polish
Koordynację i
higher education
przewodnictwo
and science. The
nad
coordination
pracami zespołu
and leadership
dostała
on that
Narodowa
team
Agencja
was
Wymiany
assumed by the
Akademickiej.
National
W skład zespołu
Academic
weszli
Exchange
reprezentanci
Agency,
wszystkich
and the team
najważniejszych
included representatives
organizacji
of all key
akademickich i
organizations
naukowych,
that deal
które
with
mamy w
academia and
pracach
higher
nad
education.
strategią brało udział
The
również
strategy was
Ministerstwo Nauki
consulted by the
i
Ministry of
Szkolnictwa
Science and
Wyższego,
Higher
a przez ostatnie
Education,
4
and over
miesiące
the recent 4
trwały
months or so,
czasami bardzo ciężkie
there's been
konsultacje
ongoing
środowiskowe nad strategią. No i finał jest taki,
consultations on
że
that
oto
strategy.
mamy
And
gotowy,
here it comes.
gotowy
This is
dokument
the final
strategii,
document of the strategy.
gotowe ustalenia. Mamy gotowe ustalenia, mamy gotowy harmonogram,
It
mamy
comes with
gotowe rozpisane
guidelines,
odpowiedzialności.
timetable,
Między
line
innymi
of
w tej strategii jest
responsibility, and the
128
strategy also
zaplanowanych
included
działań,
some
32
128
działania
actions,
strategiczne.
32 strategic
Dokument jest naszpikowany
developments.
konkretami, no bo
The
taki właśnie ma
document is
być ten
full
dokument
of specific
strategiczny. Wszystkie wersje
details.
dokumentu
All versions of the
oczywiście
document
trafiały i są tutaj w rękach pana
were
ministra,
broadly
Ministerstwa
consulted
Nauki.
by the
Jednak, co
minister,
jest ważne, już
but
taka
what's very
ostateczna,
important
już taka doszlifowana
is
wersja tego
that the
dokumentu
final version
trafi
of the
do
document
pana
will be
ministra w
communicated
ciągu kilku najbliższych
to
dni. A dlaczego?
our
Dlatego,
minister
że
over the next days.
cenimy sobie bardzo
also.
Kongresy
We
Umiędzynarodowienia.
really
W czasie
appreciate the work
poprzednich
done in the
kongresów
International
padło naprawdę
Congress,
wiele
and during the
postulatów,
previous congresses
wiele
there's been a number
uwag,
of
wiele
comments,
wniosków, które
conclusions
znalazły się w tym
that
dokumencie.
finally
Tak samo,
made it to the strategy,
bierzemy pod uwagę
and
to,
we
że
think this will happen this year as well. We'll
dzisiaj
simply
i jutro
want to
i
account
rzutem
for
na
what
taśmę
the
być może
Congress
jeszcze znajdzie się
will
w tej
come up
strategii,
with as means of conclusions.
dodatkowe
So there may be
ustalenia.
some additional feedback from the Congress that will make it to
Potem
this,
czekamy
will make it
na
to the strategy.
oficjalną
What happens
już
next?
akceptację dla
Then we
dokumentu
will be
Ministerstwa
awaiting
Nauki i Szkolnictwa
official
Wyższego. A
approval
potem
by the Ministry of
liczymy tutaj
Science and
bardzo
Higher
głęboko,
Education,
że ta
and
strategia
then
stanie
we
się
hope that
dokumentem
this strategy
rządowym.
will become a
Dlatego,
governmental
że
strategy.
współpraca międzynarodowa
Because
i
international
międzynarodowienie,
cooperation and
wpływ na tę
internationalization
współpracę i na umiędzynarodowienie mają również inne ministerstwa.
is
Ministerstwo
also a matter that is dealt with other ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Economy. Health Ministry or Ministry of Culture, Ministry of National Defense, you name it. Because international cooperation and internationalization of science and research is a very important element of national development. Our intellectual capital is the very foundation of the state development, and international cooperation is a very important element thereof. Why this strategy in the first place? First and foremost, it needs to answer to the needs of the labor market and the national development strategy. It is also there to strengthen Polish education and research. The strategy is also there to shape and develop civic society, to make it more resilient when facing global crises. Well, in many countries of the European Union, international strategies form a very important element of national development. Our experience shows that internationalization must be based on long-term vision and must be developed at strategic level, while higher education institutions and rigid academia must engage in close cooperation with the economic entities. So this strategy is a very important tool for the development of higher education and the academia. We need to talk about a growing number of foreign students, higher number of international research projects. But basically, what's at stake here is even more important than that, namely consolidation of Poland's position in the global research platform and knowledge-based economy. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the people committed to developing this strategy. My warm thanks go to Professor Anna Jurkowska-Zajdel, who is the representative of KRAS. Warm thanks to Dominik Antonowicz from the Polish Higher Education Council. Let me express my gratitude to Dr. Katarzyna Maniszewska, who has been representing KNAU in the team of the strategy. Warm thanks to KREPU's representative, Dr. Marczak, who was also the author of the strategy, and warm thanks to Dr. Anna Plater-Zyberg, representing Polish Academy of Sciences.
Dziękuję również pracownikom Narodowej Agencji
I'd like to thank the representatives of the Polish Academic Exchange Agency. Great people, fantastic staff. I would love to thank my personnel. They had so much impact on the final version of the strategy. Thank you very much indeed.
Dziękuję Ministerstwu Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego.
Thank you to the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Thank you to all the people who have consulted the strategy, and we really appreciate your valuable feedback, positive as it was. Thank you very much indeed to all the people who have taken part in the internationalization congresses in the previous years, because it is thanks to your feedback that we were able to come up with a strategy. Once again, thank you to everybody who was committed to the process. To conclude, let me tell you how very happy I am that this Internationalization Congress is happening here at the University of Mining and Metallurgy, because this university is one of the best ranking university in the area of internationalization. So congratulations, well done to Professor Jerzy Lis, the rector of the university. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Without much ado, I'd like to wish you a very interesting Congress. May you have a fantastic day and come up with great conclusions. And here we are. We're starting the Congress. May I now invite Professor Jerzy Lis, representing our host university, to address the floor.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Wojciech has opened half of the Congress, since we were supposed to do it together, so I will try to announce the other half of the conference open.
Gościnność krakowska nie pozwala inaczej podchodzić. Szanowni Panie
We are
Ministrze,
famous for our hospitality here in Kraków. So, Mr. Minister, Mr. Director, representatives of the world of academia, dear colleagues, rectors, and everyone engaged in international cooperation, everyone who's been putting up a fight to make sure that the position of Polish science and Polish universities is satisfactory within the international system. I'd like to extend my warmest welcome here within the walls of the AGH University building. I would like to welcome everyone at this important edition of the Congress. It is important because our strategy is almost ready. And it is indeed indispensable. We're going to discuss it today and tomorrow. It is of key significance for our daily activity. So I am very pleased indeed to welcome you on behalf of the entire team representing the AGH University in Kraków. The weather is perhaps not great, but what is important is our spirit, our attitude, and I am sure that this Congress is going to be a special one. Director Karczewski spoke about the strategy a little, and I'd like to share my thoughts with you on the interesting times that we live in. These are interesting, dynamic times, day in, day out. We see what's going on, watching the media coverage. And so what we refer to as internationalization is not just one of many different directions for development that affects all of us and the world of science and higher education, which is an important sector of the state system. No, it's not one of many directions, but it is a necessity. Indeed, we live in a global village, like it or not. But what we're going to discuss here today is the role we play as an academic milieu, undertaking transnational cooperation, drawing on our experience to date, being active, being mobile, engaging in international projects, and creating a common global system of higher education and science. And so it is really important that we meet here to undertake joint action. Since Mr. Director Karczewski already spoke about our strategy, I am going to promote NAWA, the National Agency for Academic Exchange. NAWA, that institution, was appointed at some point in time, and we find it difficult to remember what was before the National Agency for Academic Exchange was established. NAWA has been highly successful, has accomplished a lot, including the strategy that we're going to discuss. And so NAWA should not be underestimated. And I am mentioning it, saying hello to Łukasz and the entire NAWA team. We all know how effective the tools designed by NAWA are. We use them day in, day out. As we sit here, all of us, we are beneficiaries, humble beneficiaries of the different projects that NAWA has been in charge of. And I can tell you that this cooperation has been strategic, and it's long-term, and first and foremost, sustainable and durable. Sustainable and durable. And so NAWA has come up with many sustainable instruments that are conducive to the internationalization of higher education and science, and we've used them on a regular basis. Things like ULAM, Euraxes, partnership programs, all of those different projects are the ones that NAVA has been involved in, and it's really very difficult for us to imagine what it might be like without those projects, competitions, and undertakings. And so the current strategy includes a lot of resources that are important for us, for the ministry, for Minister Szeptycki, who's also in charge of international cooperation. And I think there's room for improvement ahead of us. So I'm very happy to say that all of those different elements of support, including supporting mobility of students, PhD students, academic faculty, but also administrative staff, and including the ability to host our partners from abroad, all of that has been made possible thanks to the consecutive editions of the program. We have also been promoting, and we will discuss it during this Congress, we have been promoting the Polish didactic potential, the Polish science, the Polish institutions, during different conferences, trade fairs, international missions, and we do believe that the presence of Poland in the global academic bloodstream requires joint action, requires mutual support and exchange of good practices. And that is why we're all here. And I'd like to touch upon one more thing. Perhaps NAVA has not created it directly, but since we're part of the larger European university landscape, then I am sure that you will know. Anya, remind me, how many universities do we have that are affiliated in European networks? 36, right. So it's as many as 36 universities affiliated in European networks, and it is an important tool for international exchange. We're representing the AGH University, the University of Science and Technology in Kraków here, but all of the different universities form part of a larger ecosystem. And in fact, it is an integral whole. Sometimes it's quite difficult to differentiate between the individual universities, and internationalization is a tool for creating quality and innovation, and it is definitely a direction for future development. And so thank you to NAVA, thank you to Mr. Minister. Well, the host being NAVA, I am extending my thank yous to NAVA primarily, and to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wish you fruitful deliberations on the strategy, which is our joint project and accomplishment. Thank you. Let me ask you, who finds it difficult to remember the world from before NAVA? A few hands raised, and who does remember? Was it difficult? How was it before NAVA was established? Would any of you venture a response to my question? What was the world like before NAVA? Oh, someone says silly. Oh, apparently it was an abbreviation that I was not aware of. BUVIM. Bureau for the Recognition of International Exchange. And so it was very, very different. Well, most of the answers were quite diplomatic, and diplomacy brings us closer to the world of politics. And I'd like to welcome the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Mr. Andrzej Szeptycki. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this session.
Bardzo się cieszę, że
Dear
mogę być tutaj z
rectors,
Państwem na
ladies and gentlemen,
czwartym
I'm very happy that I can be here
Kongresie Umiędzynarodowienia.
at this fourth edition of the Internationalisation Congress. Internationalization is quite a special concept.
Powiedziałbym niełatwy.
And quite a difficult
Naszej działalności. Mówię o
area
ministerstwie, mówię o
of our
uczelniach,
activity.
o NAWie, która tu odgrywa, jak już słyszeliśmy,
What I have in mind is both the ministry as well as the universities, as well as NAVA, the National Agency for
kiedy jako
Academic
przedstawiciele
Exchange.
resortu spotykamy się
As representatives of
naszymi
the
partnerami
ministry,
uczelnianymi, to
we often meet our university partners, and we're often confronted with two questions. The first question always refers to funding, and the second question is on the evaluation of academic or scientific journals. So these are the two questions that are the most common ones. And often these are the questions asked over coffee breaks or even in text messages.
Dlaczego o tym mówię? Bo to pokazuje,
Why am I
że są
mentioning
pewne
it?
obszary,
I am
które
mentioning
z
it because
państwa
it goes to
perspektywy, ale
indicate that there are some
najważniejsze
areas which, from your perspective,
są relatywnie
and you are the bread and butter of the academic world, some of the areas are relatively simple to conceptualize. We all know it, that more funding is required. We discuss it on a regular basis with Minister Domański. On the other hand, internationalization is more difficult to conceptualize. It does not boil down to a single simple question, which is why we need these annual meetings and we need a strategy which is out there. Thanks to the team working under the auspices of NAVA. So the strategy is nearly ready. And we need a strategy that is going to respond to a number of questions. And there is a long list of questions, including the question on funding. And so we have been negotiating a new program, Horizon. Horizon is the name. We're trying to make sure that you can benefit from as much funds as possible. And the other pertinent question applies to international journals. On the other hand, I need to say that there are many more questions regarding internationalization. And those questions keep coming back to us time and again. One of those questions, and we actually discussed it at a conference of Erasmus program coordinators, as it happens, NAVA organized the conference, and the question was whether internationalization boils down to mobility or rather promotion of competences and skills. In the past, it was important to enable mobility, to make sure that exchange of students and academic staff was possible. But nowadays, it's more important not just to move around, but to make sure that you benefit from a stay abroad. And another question that keeps resurfacing is whether it boils down to simply moving away, often never to come back, or whether it's rather about creating durable, sustainable partnerships. When I think of our partners in Ukraine, but also our partners from Western Europe, I would like to move away from the concept of brain drain and move towards the concept of brain circulation. Because, people might be going abroad to study at a university abroad for a period of time, but we do hope that they will come back and benefit from the knowledge acquired. We would not like the ticket to be a one-way one. And the third most common question that is asked, often in the context of the list of scientific journals, namely the question, and it applies both to humanities and to science, namely how important local subjects are and how important global subjects are, and what should the ratio be. Lawyers, for instance, often say that it's difficult for them to publish in foreign languages, and then the response to it is often quite allergic. So critics will say, how come everyone should publish in English? But the perspective of the ministry is more complex. We are trying to work out the middle ground. Yes, English is a priority language, but the local content is often very much needed and should be highlighted. And the fourth dilemma voiced by the government when working on the Visa Act is the question of the interests, the divergent interests of the universities and those of the state and the society at large. So at the level of the ministry, we've been trying to combine those three different areas of interest. And the final dilemma that I'd like to reflect upon, that is ahead of us, Mr. Lis touched upon it when he spoke of the interesting times that we live in. Science and security. I will not be focusing on patents. So, as a general rule, researchers are quite open. They like to share. But we live at a time when geopolitics keeps determining our cooperation possibilities, how open we are to students coming from other countries. Universities are autonomous institutions, but again, going back to funding or going back to the Visa Act, you need to be aware of the fact that it's sometimes quite easy to bring students from another country, and you can count on a stream of funds, and it's relatively easy. On the other hand, it's much more difficult to attract students from other countries due to the geopolitical landscape. So I suppose there are many subjects to discuss. This is the fourth edition of the Congress, and I understand this is not going to be the last one. So that's it on my part. Let me mention one more thing. Minister Marcin Kulasek is sending his greetings and a short letter that I would like to read out before I hand it over to the organizers. Director, let me begin with my thank yous extended to the National Agency for Academic Exchange. Thank you for inviting me to the 4th Congress for the Internationalization of Science and Higher Education. Thank you for your consistent action in favor of internationalization of Polish science. In 2024, you initiated your activities within the project entitled The Strategy for Internationalization of Polish Science and Higher Education. And that has led up to the drafting of a document which indicates directions and structural framework and delineates a general approach to the process of internationalization. The team of experts from the National Agency for Academic Exchange and also representatives of the Conference of Rectors, as well as the Polish Academy of Sciences and the Conference of Rectors of private universities in Poland, as well as the Conference of Rectors of vocational universities. That joint team has come up with a strategy for internationalization of Polish science that spans the period of time until 2035. And that strategy includes the most important challenges ahead of the Polish academic world. The strategy also includes actions conducive to the promotion of the positive image of Polish science and higher education across the world. I am very happy that thanks to the involvement of NAVA and the efficient cooperation of representatives of the key institutions of higher education and science, the main assumptions included in the strategy will be presented during the 4th edition of the Congress. I believe that the meeting in Kraków will be a great opportunity to exchange experiences between experts and specialists who deal with internationalization, including representatives of universities and research institutions, as well as the public administration. I am convinced that the plenary sessions, as well as expert talks included in the agenda, will be a brilliant space for discussing the current state of the strategy and its role in the development of the Polish science and higher education. I'd like to wish you fruitful deliberations, inspiring sessions, and a lot of satisfaction with your undertakings. Sincerely yours, Marcin Kurasek.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie ministrze.
Thank you very much to our guest. He is a professor himself. Professor Szeptycki works at the University of Warsaw, and he has also been a professor at the University of Lviv and Donetsk. You did say that it's been 30 years since you have been a professor at the University of Warsaw. I have been working at the University of Warsaw for 31 years. I work in the area of Russian-Ukrainian war and history of European integration. I'm actually lecturing today. So as you can see, his schedule is very busy. Not only does Professor Szeptycki work at the Ministry of Science, but he also lectures, and his lecture is today. So if you can jump on a train, you may even make it to Professor Szeptycki's lecture. Now, we do have interpreters working for us in this little booth on the second floor. Allow me to mention that in our YouTube streaming, you can also see sign language, so thank you to Małgorzata and Adrian Rolbiecki. In the sign language, when you sign a name, you have to spell it. So warm thanks to our sign language interpreters. Thank you very much. And now, time has come for another presentation. Wojciech Karczewski will walk you through the strategy, so warm welcome again to Dr. Karczewski.
Chciałem zapytać, bo tak długo Państwo pracują nad tą strategią.
You've been working on this strategy for such a long time. Have you ever lost hope? Or have you ever drive? No, never. Maybe I can present the strategy because, well, why don't we start walking the walk rather than just talking the talk?
Szanowni Państwo, przedstawię teraz w ciągu tych
Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 20 minutes or so, I will walk you through the basic guidelines of the Polish Internationalization Strategy for Science and Research. Let's focus on the steps when we were drafting the document to start with. The strategy was developed and drafted by the following organizations. That is the National Academic Exchange Agency, the Conference of Polish University Rectors, Polish Academy of Sciences, Council for the Science and Academic Research, Conference of Rectors of Non-Public Academia, and Conference of Vocational Academia Rectors. And then at step 2, we were joined by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, while step 3 included ongoing consultations that were organized in Poznań, Kraków, Lublin, Gdańsk, Wrocław, and Warsaw. What are the foundations of our strategy that lay at the basis of us drafting the strategy, and what is the philosophy behind the document? First and foremost, internationalization of science and higher education should answer the needs of the Polish economy and labor market. And this can be attained by attracting talents from all around the world, which will enable us to unlock their potential. Second, we need to create conditions for the best talents not to leave Poland, but wish to study here. Third, we need to drive Polish economy innovations. We need to increase global possibilities of research commercialization by Polish scientists, and we need to increase economic development of Polish regions, including those that do not belong to metropolitan areas. Secondly, internationalization should increase the quality of science and higher education. How is that achieved? First and foremost, through development and professionalization of the academia, creation and consolidation of international cooperation network, gaining higher recognizability for Polish institutions abroad, and introduction of bilingual solutions in the Polish educational institutions, as well as increasing the potential for getting funds and resources from the European coffers. As we realize, we simply have a lot to do in terms of Poland's aspiration to gain more EU funds. Number 3, internationalization should include into higher civic society development and also community resilience to global crises. Internationalization should support development of intercultural competences, promote better understanding of the world and critical thinking, while supporting democracy and civic society. A few facts and figures. We have 4 main strategic goals. The strategy also includes some very detailed strategic actions that should be developed upon. We have 128 recommended activities, 9 KPIs, and 16 auxiliary measurements that are there to tap what's going on in the environment. Okay, a few words about the KPIs. How do we measure progress in internationalization? How do we know if we're doing a good job? Well, we will be measuring the percentage of the Polish higher education institutions across all the European grants. We will be measuring the ERC grants developed by the Polish institutions. We will be measuring the percentage of publications and quotes in the Scopus database. We will be measuring the percentage of high university graduates who have been exchanged abroad, who have been mobile. We will also be using the measurement to tap the percentage of the academic personnel who participate in international mobility. We will be measuring the number of various departments running courses in foreign languages, mainly English, the percentage of students who follow foreign language, mainly English departments, the percentage of foreign students in the entire student pool, and the percentage of academic teachers coming from abroad, and the percentage of foreign employees in our institutional bodies. Well, basically, of course, we are measuring the number, but it's all about quality. We want to focus on the quality of the academic staff as well as the industry, departments and faculties, because they need to create value added for the Polish research and higher education. What are the main strategic objectives as developed in the strategy? First and foremost, we want to internationalize our scientific research and science space. We want to make international experience in a public domain for all the members of the academia. We want to internationalize the process and the content of the educational level, and we want to increase the potential and recognizability as well as attractiveness of the Polish science institutes across the world. And last but not least, we want to internationalize the academic community, namely the students and the personnel. So these are the main strategic objectives. What would be the activities that we need to perform to get us there? Mind you, the strategy is full of specific activities to be fulfilled in order for the strategic goals to be attained. So, just to mention a few, we will launch a cross-section team for the implementation of the strategy and the internationalization of science. On that team, we will have representatives of the ministries that are the stakeholders, as well as the grant agencies. A very important task to be fulfilled by the team is that it corrects and adjusts individual areas that we want to pursue and individual industries that we want to focus on in international cooperation. We will be increasing funding for strategic programs on systematic basis. That will be the money to be made available to the National Academic Exchange Agency as well as the National Scientific Council. We will be supporting the launch of international science centers, just the one that we will be modeling on International Research Agency. We will be launching a new initiative for the Polish Partnership for Grant Challenges. We will be launching grants for the creation of scientific network that will include Polish researchers living abroad. We will be introducing the requirement of the international scientific track record as a necessary condition for your promotion. We will be introducing bilingual, that is Polish and English communication for the IDUB. We will be developing uniform visual identification and communication strategy entitled Study and Research in Poland. We will be building a brand of the Polish language to promote the Polish culture and the Polish language as part of the soft power. And there's growing interest in Polish culture and Polish language abroad. A few times a year there is an exam on Polish language, there is a test on the Polish language, and Some 10,000 people are attending the test of the Polish language on this annual basis. We will be strategically positioning the initiative of the universities in Poland, providing it with long-term sustainable funding from the national coffers. We will be introducing a one-stop shop contact point as well as special application for foreign students who come here to study and to do research. We will be launching an attaché for science and technology across the Polish embassies in the priority countries that are the priorities for the Polish science and research. Each university will come up with its own strategy for internationalization and also launching the important tools for the evaluation of internationalization and its KPIs. We will be also professionalizing and centralizing foreign guests in the area of academia, such as the Welcome Center. Moving on, we will be launching a special program of training in the area of internationalization. We will be launching a coherent policy to sustain and consolidate relations with foreign school leavers, foreign graduates. We will be defining a special requirements of international track record for the IDUB. For instance, at least 50% of students and at least 50% of all PhD students will have to have international experience. We will be introducing special systems to register international mobility. We will be including students' mobility both in a virtual and hybrid forms as integral part of our educational curricula. We will be evaluating the way public funds are dispersed for Polish PhD students and foreign PhD students, and some more selected activities. We will be introducing a special program for research development to counteract cyber threat and fake news. We will be evaluating, according to the international standards, all the faculties in Poland, including those that are conducted in English. We will be improving the standard of PKA outside of Poland. We will be including priority areas and research teams in English into the IDUB. Mind you, IDUB is an initiative on excellence in research university. We will be introducing a requirement for certain ECTS cap limit that needs to be attained for the so-called micro certificates. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, this is what we want to implement by means of this strategy. And I guess this is it. Thank you very much indeed.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie dyrektorze.
Thank you very much to Mr. Karczewski. And now, without much ado, let me invite you to participate in the first panel. There is this new strategy of internationalization in the UK, which says that this is the most key method to increase the competencies of the entire nation. And we will be discussing that during the panel. Anna Jurkowska-Zajdel, are we able to tap the synergy of the internationalization? Will we be able to reap some benefits? That is Selina Nowak's report, what gives us the internationalization? And we will hear from a fantastic lawyer and an expert on the financial markets and the banking law, working at the Department of Banking Law in Gdansk. Are there many people from Gdansk here? I know there are a few. So basically, Dr. Anna Jurkowska-Zajdel is a pro-rector for international cooperation and internationalization. Over to Dr. Anna Jurkowska-Zajdel.
Kłaniam się. Przyjemności. To pani usiądzie tutaj.
Ale jak usiądę tam, to nie będę widzieć.
A, no to pani w takim razie tutaj na spokojnie. I może też wspomnę o tym.
Bałam się, co w Wikipedii pan mógłby wyczytać.
A, co tam?
I was worried what Wikipedia talks about me, but I'm glad you never mentioned all the
Widzę
memos Well, I need to be seated here because I can see the clock. And as we're running a little bit late, may I kindly ask the National Academic Exchange Agency to bear with us, and we will try to make it on time. Yes, thank you very much. I will give the floor over to our panelists now. Justyna Chrzanowska, who is the head of the Consular Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Jerzy Lis, who is director of the AGH University of Kraków. We will also bid warm welcome to Professor of the University of Łódź, Krzysztof Stefański, representing the Ministry of Family, Social Affairs and Ministry of Policy, and also Dr. Szeptycki. Mind you, remember that he needs to go to Warsaw to teach students, but in the meantime, we will have him on our panel.
I pani profesor przejmuje teraz głos.
And over to you, Dr. Jurkowska-Zeidel. Thank you very much. We have an hour. Allow me to say how happy I am that we are here at the AGH University of Kraków, because internationalization started for me here when we were attending numerous seminars. So it's a sentimental place for me and part of an internationalization effort. I'm very happy to see that the strategy has taken shape already. Although we're discussing the document that has already been approved, although the milieu has not yet familiarized itself with it, thanks to you, we do believe that internationalization makes sense. It seems like we are the most integrated milieu of the Polish science and the academia, because it's very difficult to walk it alone. We're all about partnership. We are hungry to build new relations, and that's what the strategy is all about. So thank you very much for all the support you showed us. It's very nice to have a scapegoat. We are the scapegoat, if you like. But having said that, this has been very pleasant work. We decided to come up with the panelists to discuss strategic issues related to the internationalization strategy. And basically, we want to address the questions that were asked of us during the step 3, namely the consultations. I think there have been 5 regional rounds of consultations, and there were many questions asked to us which we found difficult to answer, because they were certainly moving beyond the role of the strategy and our own role at the academia. So today we decided to pick the brain of our panelists. We will not be shying away from answering these questions anymore. The strategy can only be as efficient as the synergy that follows through it. We will be acting in synergy, and that's why a lot of place in this synergy is devoted to the strategic actors, namely at the level of the institutions, but also all the agencies that deal with science, with the academia, starting with the National Academic Exchange Agency and then Medical Research Agency, and they need to cooperate with us because we really need to be on one team. It's not that we are the level playing field, we're enjoying ourselves, but we're all playing a different ball. No, we want one ball and we all want to score. And that's all. And that's why we have invited this particular team of panelists. May I start with Dr. Stefański, or perhaps I'll offer the floor first to Professor Jerzy Lis. We have come up with the science development strategy, and we also have special policy dating back to 2022. And the question that was asked of us, and I would like to ask this question of you, how synergic these documents are, because internationalization is not a goal in itself, it's but an instrument, it's but a driver's engine. With internationalization alone, you will not be able to improve the level of teaching or the level of science. So looking at what's going on in the ministry, do you think there is a lot of synergy in between the documents? How efficient are we if you look across the documents there? Thank you very much for this question, and thank you for having me on this panel. Indeed, we have been working on a number of strategic documents at the same time, namely Sustainable Internationalization Strategy, that was already mentioned, and then Higher Education Development Strategy, that takes us up to 2035, and there we need to provide relevant quality of education through innovative teaching methods to take us up to the competencies as required in the future. And then we have another strategic document, which is a research policy of the Polish state from 2027-2032. Yet another document that is there to provide framework for the development of the state that is based on knowledge. A state that would be able to use its scientific and research sector as an important element for national and social development, also in the area of economy, quality of management, safety and security, and better standard of living. And so in this context, a question may be asked whether indeed we may not be suffering from too many documents and how all these elements should come together. So, from the point of view of this team that dealt with internationalization, which I had a pleasure to moderate. I mean, of course, the main actor was the National Academic Exchange Agency, but we were supervising NAWA. But our main focus was that this document be consulted as broadly as possible. When the first draft came to us at the beginning of the year, this document was scrutinized by the ministry, by the International Cooperation Department, but also other departments had a very detailed read of it. So various departments scrutinized it and came up with feedback and comments. I think there were more than 70 comments. And then we had a 3-hour meeting. We discussed all these comments. Some of them were accounted for, others were dismissed. But anyway, with this, we were able to coordinate the strategic developments. And then we had numerous meetings across the academia in Poland, that is Kraków, Gdańsk, Wrocław, Lublin, Poznań and Warsaw. We talked to the rectors mainly. And the very fact that there are 3 teams working on the documents, and members of these teams are very much the same, with this we are able to provide coherent approach to the documents. It's not that we have 3 teams, 3 different ideas and 3 different documents, No.
One tworzą pewną całość.
They create an entity,
Strategię międzynarodowienia, bo
especially in the area of internationalization strategy,
instrumenty w zakresie szkolnictwa
because that
wyższego,
provides
jak i nauki,
for
tak?
instruments
Trzecina,
that would be needed in the academia, in the educational dimension, but also in research. So it's a cross-cutting approach, really, if you like. In this way,
zakładamy, że uda nam się
we think we'll be able to achieve cohesion
dokumentów, że uda
of
nam
all
się
these three documents. Thank you.
Bardzo to w to
Starałem się nie mówić za długo,
tak,
żeby...
bardzo się cieszę, bardzo w to wierzymy. Oczywiście to jest tak, proszę Państwa,
We do
że
believe in
jeśli
it.
tworzyć strategię, to sami Państwo jesteście
And I'm very happy that since we've started drafting the strategy, and you have witnessed it yourselves, that at the beginning we thought of the strategy as a tool to solve problems at different levels of academic work, taking into account that researchers were counting on many different issues to be resolved, and often there were some voices of criticism indicating that the strategy did not mention multilingualism sufficiently, or did not mention this or that. But, you know, were the strategy to include everything imaginable, it would have to be a very bulky document, and it already is quite long. But I think we can state it boldly here that we have made every effort to make sure that the strategy is a synergistic document. So if you find something missing in the document, I believe it's outside of the scope of the strategy. Because I think that
ta pierwsza, której pani minister Moszczyńska przewodziła. Natomiast tylko ta strategia ma rzeczywiście wskaźniki.
the strategy really includes indices, specific instruments, and a timetable on how to accomplish the goals. And so I believe that the document truly is synergistic. Hopefully it will be adopted at the level of the ministry, and I am counting on the minister's assistance here. Yes, I'd like to join in with what Madam Professor has said. We have been making sure that the updated state policy on science and higher education will be in line with the strategy. My question now goes to Professor Szanowska. The friendship that spans the ministry and universities as well as research institutions is a difficult one, and especially that along the way the Visa Act came into play. So, you know, we had been building bridges, diplomatic bridges of cooperation, and then the visa door closed in on it. So we are at a different stage now. What I would like to say it out loud here is that Professor Chrzanowska has been, Ms. Chrzanowska has been highly helpful, instrumental in preparing a strategy that is perhaps rooted in a slightly different view of geopolitics. We need to take a different view on what internationalization of universities is now. We need to think in terms of soft power, we need to think in terms of resources that are conducive to state collaboration. Every economic mission, every intergovernmental agreement which contains elements of economic cooperation should also contain elements of academic cooperation. The most important centers for strategic cooperation should include elements of academic cooperation. And to some extent, it has been successful. Minister Kulasek, a month ago or so, announced strategic and priority directions for development, those that are believed to be priority directions as of now, given the geopolitical landscape. And remember that intergovernmental agreements are signed every now and then. There's an agreement that has been concluded with Uzbekistan, and just a week ago, another agreement was signed involving Turkey. Korea and Vietnam are the upcoming countries that bilateral agreements will be concluded with in the coming future. And really, those are fantastic moments when you can see that the partnership is really within your reach and you just need to take the final step. So everything is within our reach, but as it happens, universities are usually ready. The local or global strategic partnerships are always within the radar of universities. But what about the level of the ministry? Can you appreciate it? Would you like us to be part of the soft power capacity building? Because it is an important resource that universities have to offer. Hello. Thank you for the questions and thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference. You know, friendship always comes with more positive and more difficult aspects, and there are different stages in time. Hopefully, we have drawn conclusions based on our past experiences, and certainly in a world where resources are divided, resources such as, rare earth minerals. In such a world, science, higher education is a very important resource. And so promoting science and enhancing academic infrastructure is all about the state soft power. And it's all about designing or creating an image of the state that is resilient, that knows how to respond to crises, including environmental crises or security crises. And internationalization is certainly an important element, or tool even. It may be viewed as a diplomatic instrument, because via internationalization, you can come up with instruments that would otherwise be unavailable. It's a great foundation for future political, institutional cooperation, attracting researchers and students to study at our universities and develop their academic career is a great instrument in terms of the Polish diplomatic undertakings. In fact, enhancing or increasing the degree of internationalization, we can have a greater impact on the shape of research institutions and whether the voice of Poland is heard and represented in international research institutes. By enhancing scientific diplomacy, we also enhance economic diplomacy. Graduates of universities will be employed by both entrepreneurs who are planning on expanding their business abroad, as well as future employees of those who might be interested in investing here in Poland. And they will also become the future staff of diplomatic institutes, possibly future ambassadors. And so representatives of NAVA will be found in different diplomatic contexts, and I think we need to define the future directions for internationalization. I would say that there are three important groups here. One is the group of OECD states. We would like to join hand in hand with them, but there's another group of states who are only candidate states to the EU, amongst whom there are important partners for Poland, including Ukraine, including Turkey. Those countries send over students to Poland. And there's a third group of countries with a considerable Polish minority, including Brazil, including South Africa, or countries where there are graduates of Polish universities, such as Vietnam. So I would say that the question is not whether we should do it, but how effectively, how dynamically should we invest in the internationalization of Polish science and higher education. Thank you for that contribution. In our strategy, what we thought about was, given the changing geopolitical climate, and given the fact that students often ask us whether it makes sense to study this or that major, so I feel that the essence behind the strategy and the interministerial team involving the most important Polish ministries is about creating an ad hoc platform for discussion whenever something good or bad is happening. Because in case it's necessary, we should make sure that visa spots should be unblocked. I remember that at some point during our discussions involving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we concluded that, finally, we need to come to terms that there are no more tenures available, and perhaps we need to make sure that we outsource consular meetings, because even in the priority states, it's not possible for everyone to have access to those meetings at consular levels. One element of the strategy is particularly important, the issue of the visas and those unfortunate visa regulations. So, we keep putting up this fight and trying to arrive at a consensus. Well, we do not wish to admit illegal students, that is clear. We are not in favor of illegally admitted students. We want to make sure that this cooperation with foreign students is of high quality, and we want students who do come to classes. We want to make sure that those are full-time students and not students on paper only. So the data presented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs indicates that perhaps there are fewer students coming from abroad, but they're of good quality, so to say. And they're in fact at the forefront of the internationalization process. And so we are now coming up with pre-recruitment meetings or pre-recruitment interviews, because we do want to select those candidates for students who are truly interested in studying, rather than simply coming over to Poland to stay here illegally. And this is my vocal and steadfast declaration here before you. My question now goes to my very good friend, Professor Krzysztof Stefański, representing the University in Łódź. Professor, you're in a difficult capacity here because during this Congress today, you happen to represent the Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Policy. And what I'd like to refer back to is what Ms. Chrzanowska has alluded to already. We're trying to attract new talents. We're trying to attract students from abroad. We're trying to create the human capital. And what happens? Would you say that the labor market in Poland recognizes those students and graduates? You know, once we've passed that mark of 100,000 foreign students in Poland, we started having these concerns whether they will find employment in the Polish labor market, whether they will not replace Polish students in the labor market, and so on and so forth. And, you know, you're well aware of the fact that we organize different internship programs. We make sure that entrepreneurs are on board. We can see that there's this new human capital. Every graduate that has had some experience of internationalization is a much better employee in the labor market, is more flexible, is more open, not to mention the intercultural competences or language skills. But does the labor market see it? Obviously, there are some strategic HR documents in place, and those documents include such pretty declarations that Polish universities also educate foreign students, but does the labor market actually see it, and how does it impact the Polish economy? Foreign students, foreign researchers based in Poland or studying in Poland for some period of time, how does that impact the Polish economy? The Polish economy and the Polish labor market needs foreigners like the body needs oxygen. Were it not for them, there would have been a significant standstill. There are many foreigners now in the Polish labor market. Of course, they represent different sectors, different levels of education, and we definitely need them. Now, with respect to the internationalization of science or higher education, that should not be a goal in itself. So I do appreciate what you've been trying to accomplish preparing this strategy for internationalization. But let's remember that internationalization is not an aim in itself. It should be conducive to other goals, such as enhancing competences of employees and enhancing the competitiveness of Polish economy. So certainly students and graduates of Polish universities who originate from other countries, certainly they bring along very useful competences that may be unavailable or difficult to attain by Polish students for one reason or another. For instance, they speak other native languages, they know the different cultures, customs and traditions, so these are soft skills. They acquire education at Polish universities, but they bring along soft skills. Let's remember that the Polish economy competes against other economies, and we need all sorts of skills and competences to make sure that the Polish economy has this competitive advantage. Now, as viewed from the perspective of the state, it's important for the internationalization to be well guided, because it's not only about increasing the number of foreign students, but about making sure that their competence profile is well adjusted and matches the needs of the Polish labor market. And so this policy should be more selective, more strategic. Hopefully I'm making myself clear, and let's hope that the strategy will be conducive to it. And so we need to analyze some of the deficits in the Polish labor market, and we need to forecast what's going to happen in the labor market in the future. We've had some, difficult experiences. I am looking at Madam Director now because, yes, we've had the difficult experiences related to the visa regulations. One more thing that I'd like to touch upon, drawing towards the end of my contribution. Namely, let's remember that we are speaking of students, but also other persons with the desired skills and competences, and we need more systemic solutions. Let me make it clear here. It requires cooperation of different entities, including universities, including state institutions, but also business partners and trade unions. And if we're all moving in the same direction, I am sure that the goal will be accomplished. Well, I believe that it's all about an active talent policy. We're competing for talents globally. And in Poland, the so-called housing is still quite cheap, and the quality of education is quite high as compared to the cost involved. So we need to keep attracting talents here and now, but in order to keep those talents at home, mind you, Western countries are now changing their policy because, students would come to gain education and then they would be going back home. So what is important in terms of the strategy of internationalization, something that we didn't see before, is to make sure that foreign students should study Polish, even if they attend English-speaking programs. They should be taught Polish in order to enhance the odds for them staying in Poland. I know that there are some universities that attract researchers and students alike with very strong onboarding campaigns. So they offer apartments for the young families. They make sure that it's easier for researchers coming from abroad to settle in Poland. So if we're to create something new and something international, let's identify the needs first. Let's perform the needs analysis locally first. Let's make sure that we know what the labor market demands, because otherwise we're creating brilliant programs, but then it does not impact the situation in the labor market, and there are no long-term consequences. The International Studies Accreditation Board has been seeking to accomplish these consequences, to make sure that students from abroad who come to study in Poland are inclined to settle down in Poland as well. My question to Mr. Lis now. Who really is the addressee of the strategy or the beneficiary of the strategy? NAVA, when they create the strategy, do they address the strategy for internationalization to the government or anyone else, who the stakeholders are?
I understand that NAVA is the operator, but the strategy is mainly addressed at the universities, at the academia. So my question to Professor Jerzy Lis, director of the AGH University of Krakow, is as follows. What is it that our universities need nowadays? In AGH, you have plenty of internationalization. You deal with various niche and priority research development lines. How can the state help various universities, including your own, to become a true incubator of knowledge and a global leader? According to the strategy, by 2033, Polish educational institutes will be the leaders in the industries. They will lead and attract talents as well as the power of the global science. Will that happen? Dear Dr. Jurkowska-Cajder, you asked me the most difficult question. I understand we're already in space, but I'm no prophet and I haven't got a crystal ball. So I'm a practitioner. You've known me for years and I've always had my feet on the ground. So our strategy is a demonstration of this amazing enthusiasm and dynamics of our milieu. It's all about us. Here's the atmosphere. You can feel it for sure. And you share it and you're part of it. As a practitioner, however, allow me to start with a statement. Internationalization, understood as an element of the state approach and the activities performed by the larger community. So this strategy must be part of our foreign policy, internal policy, as well as HR policy. So the strategy is a document that is our own internal document because it has come from us, from grassroots. It's a bottom-up approach. We've been building this strategy from grassroots. And as I say, it's a bottom-up approach. So I'm very glad the strategy is here. And thank you to the Ministry of Science for approving it. It is a national document right now, but it is a grassroots initiative. There's no single element that would depend on the university alone, on the rectors or on the academic community. It's all combined vessels, if you like, and rightly so, because us, as the members of the academia, we operate globally. We are in constant touch with foreign researchers, we have no complexes, we feel no barriers when communicating with other universities from abroad. It's all about a global policy, which is dynamic, which is difficult to forecast perhaps, but it's genuine. And this is what we understood internationalization to be. It's a state policy, really. We are the element of the European Union, and for sure our policies have to tally with the EU development agenda. We're part of the NATO as well, so there's a lot of geopolitical elements to it. But this strategy is about state policy, which is aggressive, which is very competitive. So, we have come up with a quantitative goal as well, KPIs and also measurements, and they are very ambitious. So without many elements coming together, they would simply not be attainable. For some of those elements, we do not hold any decisive power. We are not competent there. So without cooperation of various elements, those goals would not be attained. We did discuss cross-sectional cooperation, visa policy, investment policy, and I'm just giving you a flavor of so many things that must come together at a certain level, and it has to be coordinated and solved together. Another point, regional policy, local governments. As I keep saying, these are combined vessels. So we do believe, and we are sure, that this document, this strategy, which includes so many elements that would require high level of cooperation, starting with the question of whom do we recruit, which students can go abroad, how can we attract more talent, both in the pool of students and in the pool of personnel. Dr. Jurkowska-Zajdel already mentioned this fishing for talents abroad. We have to catch talent from wherever they appear. But on the other hand, we have to have certain priorities, and these priorities are being built as we speak. But we must engage in long-term strategy. The development directions must tally with our foreign policy. These worlds cannot be treated as separate, because if they do, well, we will not be able to attain our goals. Sometimes we have 0 visas granted, even if we have wanted to recruit a number of students. So yes, to attract talents, to catch talents, means to compete with others. So we have to find this Polish raison d'etat, Polish specificity. Say I go to Peru and I want to attract talents from the mining industry. Well, maybe I can develop on that during coffee break. If we go to Peru, we understand this is where we want to attract talents from the mining industry because of the raw materials, of critical raw materials available there. So we have to be able to build administrative structures that would be responsible for our international activity. That's our task. And that's a task that universities and the academia are very aware of. And we are on the right track. You're part of these structures. May I just ask you a second question on that? I will now be answering long questions, but encourage you to give me very short answers. Yes or no answers, perhaps. So a question to Dr. Chrzanowska. A difficult question as well. And I think we've already had that question asked by Mr. Szeptycki. How do we reconcile all these elements? We are in for a demographic crisis. Most of the countries would have to face up to this crisis. Well, I'm sure not all the countries would have to go through the demographic countries, because if you think of Uzbekistan and Turkey, well, they don't face this crisis. But how do we reconcile this vision of an open country that is attracting talents? Well, we all know that the visa system did not contribute to that. We still want to build our own brand of a country that is friendly to foreign students, foreign researchers. So how do we reconcile this with the need of safety and security and the need to control what is going on? We have access to plenty of data. We know how many students would stay here and start recruitment here and start working here. What happens to our graduates? Why do they want to come to Poland to study? Will they leave Poland after they graduate? As we heard from Rector Lis, we have this fantastic vision of internationalization, which is very ambitious as well, but maybe we don't reduce it to wishful thinking only. Maybe we can be on the same team, if you like. So what's the reality behind that? Question to Mr. Chrzanowska. Thank you very much for addressing me with the second question. It is somewhat about the state visa policy. This visa policy alone must not happen in vacuum without other policies. Visa policy is developed in order for other policies to be attained. So the visa policy is just a tool of the state policy at large that has to do with economic, scientific, but also personal relations. If these policies attain certain level of synergy, it would be easier to develop on the visa policy. So development of the visa policy is a continuous process. It's an ongoing process that is also taking due account of the circumstances, external circumstances, but also internal circumstances. We all have those misgivings about the 1st of June 2025 law on visa policy, but mind you, it did come with a number of tools, a toolbox if you like, that would make internationalization easier. For instance, a fast track on visa application for researchers and PhD students, simplification of some administrative procedures, certification and licenses for the students to be able to study in Poland. And also recruitment criteria. It was introduced to be able to eliminate those potential students that would never be willing to study in the first place. So we wanted to make sure that we focus on those students who would be willing to take active part in the academic life in Poland. And the effects are already visible because the number of decisions to decline visa went down significantly. We used to have some 37% of declines, and here we only have 25% of negative decisions for visa applications. So we can see that there is better quality of candidate students. This has already been done, but as I keep saying, the visa policy needs to be developed and other activities are in the pipeline, or maybe they are implemented as we speak. We have commenced the new legislative process as initiated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this process demonstrates that the dialogue between the scientific milieu and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ongoing. We will have the amendment to the foreigners law, whereby we will be broadening the fast-track visa policies to other groups. This will be the NAVA graduates, but also people who get apprenticeship with the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, because we have a number of people who want to enroll in artistic departments. So we are listening into the needs. There are some stipends available within the Ministry of Health, so maybe this is the fast track as well. This fast track for visa application will also be available to people who enjoy access to EU mobility programs such as Erasmus+, but also the Erasmus Solidarity course. And so the regulations would include those people who are not yet in the system but may enter the system, because the law is created in abstract terms to account for any future scenarios. Mind you, these legislative developments would also allow us to collect data on NAVA graduates so that we can stay in touch with them, because they are the ambassadors of Polish internationalization and Polish higher universities. Important piece of news for you, because quite often you feel that this has not been done in the best way. Say we've got a student who is a graduate of the first year, but they need to continue studies, and their stay has not been fully legalized because the procedures take a long time. Allow me to say that the Minister of the Interior is coming up with an amendment to the regulation that will come up with the so-called silent administrative consent. That is to say, if an entity fails to issue a decision on the legalization of the state, if no declining decision is issued, then the state will be legalized per se. And I think it is a significant development, the silent consent, that will make it easier for those graduates who have been studying in Poland and who want to continue doing so. As I said before, the visa policy is but a tool. Allow me to thank the Ministry of Science and Higher Education National Agency for Academic Exchange, NAVA, for creating the strategy, because finally here comes a time when we've got the strategy, and it's not the council who will be driving the visa limit, but it will be driven by some higher goal. And that's what we wanted to attain from the very beginning. So warm congratulations to you, Professor Lis, because you are now hosting a very historical congress, if you like, because we are indeed entering a breakthrough moment that can change the face of our joint existence. So thank you very much and congratulations. Thank you. And now allow me to go back to Professor Lis, director of the AGH University of Krakow. Another question that has to do with some institutional issues. Internationalization is a global and ambitious goal. Are we able, in terms of our administration, would the quality of institutional internationalization be up to scratch? I'm not talking about the English language spoken at the students' house accommodation. I'm not talking about English labels at various offices. I'm not talking about visibility, because we all know why we want to attract foreign students and foreign researchers. But this is about our academic circles. These academic circles must operate in synergy in order for internationalization to happen. So, dear Professor Lis, you have been sitting on KRAS Internationalization Committee for many years. What is the potential of Polish universities' internationalization in holistic terms? Because in this strategy we make it very clear that internationalization is there for everybody and at each and every level of the university, starting from the dean's office, students' exchange, student accommodation, management at the faculties. So this horizontal internationalization is what we need. Are we ready for that? And how ready we are? We called it an institutional potential for internationalization. Are we ready for this ambitious internationalization in terms of the institutional system? Dear Dr. Jurkowska-Zeidel, if I say we're ready, well, that means we will have no future congresses to organize. I'm counting on you to say that we are partially ready and partially not. We all know each other. We know where we are. We know where we're going. We know our competitors across the world and in Europe. We have no complexes. We do not have inferiority complex. I'm saying we are operating efficiently, but there is still a lot of work ahead of us. We need to pursue it, and we need to be fast and efficient in this pursuit. I think the atmosphere settling in here is very good. We have very good elements of internationalization that is understood, just as you said, dear Dr. Jurkowska-Zeidel, as the entire effort of the university. We do not have one department for internationalization. No, it's a cross-section approach. We do not operate through the Foreign Cooperation Center only. No. It is an ongoing effort that needs to be pursued by the entire university. All the visions and missions of the universities have to include internationalization, be it science, be it education, be it innovations, be it commercialization. There is no university that would want to be a university that would not need to operate across all the elements. And here there is plenty of work ahead of us. We have not yet reached an ideal level. We have plenty of things to be proud of, but that's not the point here. We have good models, we know how the system works, and it's not about KPIs, it's not about efficiency ratios, it's about the system. The ratios that we're coming up with are very good if you compare ourselves against our peers. So we are there, but the ratios alone will not lead us to success. Allow me to say that as a rector, I've observed the end of EBUD, this excellence network. The tools present in the excellence network are permanent and they should be consolidated on. I'm talking about IBUD, starting with internationalization as well as the competitive effort. Everybody has to cooperate together through stipends, sabbatical leaves, foreign exchanges, foreign students, all this that NAVA delivers upon. But there is one problem. These tools need to be sustainable and permanent. And it's not only about money, it's about the system itself. What happens in IBUD and the EU universities, all these tools must be a permanent feature and an integral part of our university activity at each and every step. That has to do with personnel, the members of the faculty, the academia. So I'm saying we need to have a climate of internationalization. And we mustn't be surprised to see a student who is not a Pole. Or the switch needs to be done very quickly. You have to be able to switch into various languages, to operate globally, and to learn from others. Madam Chrzanowska was speaking about stipends and apprenticeships, but we do not have a joint stipend that can be offered to our students, say, going to Vietnam. Why are we so stable in terms of our exchange in Vietnam? Well, just because we've got plenty of graduates. We have some 650 graduates of Vietnam who studied here and then they went back to their country. So stability of the policy, of NAVA, of the rectorate offices. Well, it's very important that when our term ends, the next rector in position will have the same idea to pursue. It needs to be permanent and sustainable. Only then would that be genuine. So total internationalization. What a grand leitmotif. This is this space industry that Professor Lis mentioned at the very beginning. And now we only have 5 minutes. That's great for 2 speakers. So, Professor Stefański, just one sentence from you, if you please. Let me dwell on the question mentioned by Professor Lis. Institutional internationalization and its potential depends on us, on what kind of institution we are, whether we are a good employer, because requirements are going up, requirements for research, requirements that would have to do with publications, quotes, activity. So there's so many things that we have to do to promote science and so on. So there's plenty of duties and requirements. The administration needs to speak foreign languages, gain new competencies, but sadly, it is not accompanied by more money being fueled into university, not to mention our salaries. So a question to Dr. Stefański, in terms of welfare, do we really stand a chance here if we fail to attract Polish researchers to work for us and to continue to build internationalization with us? If we fail to be an attractive employer, well, we will not be able to attain our goals. So does the Ministry of Labour see this as an important priority? Can we contribute to the welfare of the employees of the Polish research universities and the academia? Yes, to answer your question, yes, we do see it as an important element. I was afraid that you would say yes, but you need to take it to the streets. Well, Allow me to answer the question in a different way. All of us are members of the faculty. We work at the university. Let's imagine what the ideal employer would look like for us. If you want me to answer that question, I would say, well, we would need to be earning a lot, good salaries, good funds and grants, because it's not all about salaries. I would like to be able to travel abroad without paying from my own pocket, and that does happen still. I would like to be assessed in a fair and just way, so that the assessment criteria are communicated to me before my evaluation is performed, so that we are all at the level playing field, but the rules of the game remain the same, and they don't change during that game. And finally, what I would love for the universities to be like, well, so that it is free from any psychosocial threats. I want to be able to work in a dignified way, without discrimination, without pressure, without pathology related to mobbing, for instance. And we may answer the question, are we already there? Well, it's a rhetorical question, if you like. We're not yet there. What can we do to help it? So to start with, we're all looking at the direction of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. We're all looking at Mr. Szeptycki. But from the level of the Polish state, I would say that, of course, within my department, within the Ministry of Family, Labour and Social Policy, we can deal with this last mile, if you like, psychological and social threats. So at the end of the legislative process, we are now amending the Labour Code in the area of simplifying rules on how mobbing is defined. We are modifying a lot of rules, for instance, on discrimination, and we're very hopeful about these new developments. I hope that by summer break the Polish Parliament will approve these amendments. But of course there is some work for you to be done, and I'm talking to the rectors of Polish universities, because you would have to introduce these procedures to manage the anti-discriminatory laws into your daily practice. When the law is finally approved, this will be a legal obligation for you to do so. And so, obviously, it is also about fair division of obligations and duties between the members of the faculty. And I think that we need to realize that if we fail to attain these goals, if our workplace is not of good quality, we would not be able to attract any reliable talent. Thank you very much. Indeed, we need to change starting from ourselves. The strategy includes internationalization for everybody, but it also builds a team of instruments that are made to measure, tailor-made instruments. Because the Jagiellonian University or Warsaw University might be different from AGH University of Kraków. They are the best universities in Poland, but all of us would have our own internationalization gene or internationalization engine. Make sure you use it, because the strategy is about a toolbox that would enable you to build your own internationalization strategies to accommodate the circumstances you operate with. So it is a fantastic gift for you to manage internationalization in a wise way. And now, to conclude, we're moving back to Mr. Szeptycki. I'm the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Science. You are the solver of all the problems, including mobbing and lack of funds. Can we really hope that the strategy will be an element of this national strategy? Can we count on the strategy to become an actual strategy that is being implemented rather than remains on paper? Do you really believe that there will be some award waiting for us at the end of the day? Is it really that all this work will now be put into practice? The actual potential of Polish science, Polish academia, will be tapped to the full. Like you're looking at the UK, whereby science and higher education is considered to be a priority for national development. Will it happen in Poland too? Well, I hope so. I hope so, and I will try to answer that with one sentence. There was this beautiful book about continuing to dream on. Well, I will try to answer with one sentence, perhaps. So, first and foremost, the very fact that the strategy was developed in its current shape with the participation of the academia under the auspices of NAWA and the ministry is already a great step forward towards it being implemented, because it clearly demonstrates that these are not just fantastic grassroots initiatives and good ideas and wishful thinking, but that this strategy is treated as an important tool that needs to be put into practice through specific activities that are to be executed. So it seems to me that in order to answer your question, ma'am, namely what path do we need to pursue to get there for the efficient implementation to happen between the public authorities and the universities as well as other stakeholders, well, to answer your question about how the path is to be pursued, I would need to give you three answers. First of all, we need to engage in daily dialogue, ongoing dialogue. And this is what's going on. That's what we're doing also through congresses like this. I was asked by one of the university recently about our cooperation strategy for Taiwan. Do we have a strategy for Taiwan? It is an interesting partner, but a difficult and problematic one as well. You need to be diplomatic about it, but we all realize that Taiwan may not be an easy partner. That's why we asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give us an answer. But it's quite clear that in such cases, we need to consult it broadly. Mind you, we will not be flooding you with questions, but there are cases when you need to ask other institutions beforehand rather than to be stuck with some problems at various levels. So for this particular strategy, we will be consulting other universities. We will also be consulting it with other public stakeholders when we get the current version of the strategy, whether it's an industrial-based strategy or a governmental strategy. If it's a governmental strategy, then all the industries will be included in it. So one way or another, it will not be a strategy that will be owned by our ministry alone, but it will be an umbrella-like document which will provide for better implementation. There is an inter-ministerial team responsible to implement the strategy and to administer its implementation, which also demonstrates how important the strategy is. Also, Prime Minister Tusk has announced that a special team will be launched for the development of Polish science, which again demonstrates how important Polish science is and that it will be a foundation for the national strategic development. And then, of course, a legal framework. They are very important not only for this particular strategy, but for any development framework strategy at large. Ms. Chrzanowska mentioned that in our Polish law on foreigners just last year, we have a special amendment whereby there is a fast track for legalizing stays of foreign researchers. And again, this is a political consensus that we managed to reach. And this fast track is a certain improvement at various levels. And last but not least, I will be wearing my politician's hat now. Well, when I'm introducing myself as a professor, I am not hearing what I hear when I'm introducing myself as a politician. So allow me to wear this political hat for a moment, although I can hear you boo. But anyway, next year there will be parliamentary elections happening in Poland, and of course this will have a certain impact on our strategy. There is strong voices heard from the other side of the political scene saying, well, Polish science for Polish scientists only. We do not believe that, of course. Thank you very much, and I guess this concludes our panel. We did hear a number of important declarations. We really wanted to be visible, to be an important and strategic resource of the state. And we did hear that straight from the horse's mouth. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to Mr. Szeptycki. We will be taking a family photo very soon. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to our audience. Thank you to our internet audience. We will be breaking for coffee right now. Please be back at 12:35. And the panel was moderated by Professor Anna Jurkowska-Cajder. Thank you very much to our moderator. And we are now breaking for coffee, but before that, please join us on the stage because we will be taking a family photo. That's the only opportunity to
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome to the conference. We are a little late, but no worry about it, because I've talked to Tomasz, our moderator, and we will make sure that the next piece on our agenda is on time. So this panel is about 50 minutes long. Tomasz Pietrzykowski is our host, a professor and a pro-rector for the international cooperation at Uniwersytet Śląski in Katowice, which is only like an hour drive from here, from Kraków. So that's where he is from. And his panelists are Heli Aru-Habilan from Estonia, Dr. Mathieu Osmond from France, and Gerhard Volz from Austria. And they will talk about national perspectives from strategy to action. So this is our big round of applause for them. And Tomasz, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. After that marvelous discussion that we had before the coffee break, and I think that, as I said during the warm-up part, I think that that discussion brings us exactly to the most crucial point to me in the discussion about the future of the document that is about to be published, because as I understood, it is preliminary, at least accepted by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, and in this form, probably quite soon it will be available to all of us. And now we are entering the stage, we are leaving the stage of preparation and entering the stage of implementation. And probably that moment will decide about whether the whole work that Rector Jurkowska-Zeidler was worried during the previous discussion, whether all that effort, all that commitment of many people involved in the preparation of the strategy would not be in vain in case there is no sufficient determination and coordination to make the strategy work. So this is exactly the moment, from strategy as a document to strategy as action, that we seem to be now. And to that end, I'd like to ask our panelists about the lessons that we can learn from the experiences of their countries. I guess that at least to a large extent such experiences are transferable and adaptable in other places. So we probably may have a lot to learn what to do and what not to do if we want to implement the document successfully, smoothly, and without maximum benefit to all, not only academic community, but the country itself. And the challenge is really big, because as one of my favorite sayings holds it, that in every organization, its culture, its strategy for breakfast. And all my life experience with strategies up to now, university strategies, national strategies, sector strategies, confirms the truth of that saying, that without, let's say, appropriate modifications, preparations within the organizations themselves, and in case of the strategy we are talking about, it is not only the preparation of universities, but all agencies, ministries, and so on, co-responsible for implementing it. This endeavor as implementing a strategy simply cannot succeed. So beginning with that assumption and that focus, I would like to start with the same question to all our panelists about, let's say, one most important lesson from your country, and you personally actually too, about turning your, not necessarily the document entitled strategy, but the documents that outline somehow or program the development of internationalization of science or higher education, how those documents have been turning into real change in your environments. What is the most important lesson what works and what is perhaps even more important lesson, what traps to avoid. Let's begin with Mathieu, perhaps, because you were not asked by our...
Hi, dzień dobry. I'd like first to thank you, to thank the organizers very warmly for this invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I'm quite new in this position as an attaché for science and higher education at the French embassy in Warsaw, and I'm very interested in meeting you after this discussion. I could develop, but just in a few words, we have a strategy since 2018, which is called Bienvenue en France, and this strategy was last year analyzed, reported. We saw some concrete results, but also difficulties. And we have since 3 weeks exactly a new strategy, which is called Choose France for Higher Education, with some differences. So the approach to sum up was quite quantitative at the beginning, with this goal to welcome 500,000 of international students in France. We almost reached this goal with 443,000 international students for the academic year 24-25. But with a new strategy, we have a more qualitative approach. One of the difficulties which was noted, and it's linked to the debate we had before, it's this cooperation, coordination between ministries. Between the Ministry of Higher Education, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also the Ministry of Interior with the question of the visas, and other ministries. We have an operator, Campus France, and the strategy is not decided by Campus France, but by the ministries. Concretely, in each country, the embassy is deciding for the approach, the strategy. And Campus France is implementing this strategy. But I can tell more after, if you want.
Thank you. Gerard?
Yes. Well, as I said, thank you also for the invitation to that event. I need to say it's a wonderful event and a wonderful university. As I said, we have built our strategy in roughly 2018, 2019. It was then presented in the middle of COVID in 2020. And it was a whole of bottom-up process. And I guess that's one of the points which pay off now. So we have had, I remember those discussions, we had discussions, subgroups on every level with every stakeholders, with students, with non-teaching staff, with researchers, with every group you can imagine, with rectorates, of course, and CEOs from the universities. So it was basically like getting everybody on track, and I'd say it pays off in a sense of that we now have a strategy which is kind of, I would call it a motivation strategy, an identity strategy. It's called National Mobility and Internationalization Strategy. It bears a subtitle that says there are many routes to internationalization. So it's a wide picture saying internationalization is key, but there is many ways to achieve it. At the end of the day, it was shortened from, 120 pages to a very easily readable document of like 16 pages or so. That's how it looks like. It was also a collection of what we've been, what there has been achieved in internationalization activities. Yes, it was before all the discussions on research security, on foreign interference, on what we call now responsible internationalization, which we tackle now. As there were no indications of budget involved at the very first place, which had been criticized a lot during the discussions and also afterwards. Then slowly universities found out, together with the ministry and together with us, that it's the small things, the little examples which can contribute a lot to that spirit of internationalization. I think that the rector, Jerzy Lis, has said the climate of internationalization in the previous discussion. And that's something which we now see. And one last sentence. Last year in November, we had we created together with the ministry a so-called Internationalization Award. And our minister was there. She's super committed to this whole strategy. She's super committed to internationalization of higher education. And she was giving this award for the small examples. I could name them. I don't do that now.
Thank you, Ali. And lesson from Estonia.
Our internationalization of higher education strategy was part of the other strategic documents. And what was good and positive about of the strategy development at that time was that there were funds made available to implement those action lines, what we had agreed with universities and other stakeholders. And although we don't have a separate strategy at the moment, we do have still integrated some KPIs in university contracts between the ministry. So this is something which is monitored. And what is also, I think, important to bring on the table is that this concept of responsible internationalization, how to operate and adjust in a changed geopolitical environment, and how should universities act and what to pay attention to. This is a discussion on a governmental level at the moment. This year we put together a stakeholders group which is really bringing together different actors across the board. So I would say that in Estonia would be an example where we started rather early in connection with the Bologna process already 2004. Then we had a special document, but yes, recent years it is all those topics are incorporated into the larger education strategy, and what is important is that these are monitored. And certain funds are still put forward for a mobility, obviously Erasmus, but also national level scholarships for a master and PhD students. And obviously we also support the promoting of Estonia as a study destination. So yeah, we are a bit different in our actions probably today. But I would say that having a strategy which is long-term, which involves stakeholders, and which is backed up by funding, it's a very clever way to go. And if you have a university sector which is autonomous, institutionally autonomous in order to actually make a right decision for recruitment and also budgets as it's seen on an institutional level on the wisest way, I think it's quite a good combination.
Thank you very much. One short follow-up question before we go further, because money is always an interesting topic, so probably everybody is just curious to know whether that funding was appropriated especially for carrying out the strategy of internationalization, and it can be, let's say, used only for that purpose and on condition of achieving certain KPIs defined in the yearly contracts between universities and the ministry or agency. How is that organized?
The funding was made available from the European structural funds as well as from national budget, and yes, it was, especially the structural funds, money was allocated directly in relation to the execution of the goals which were agreed.
Oh, congratulations. That's a rare situation. It's a pity that our minister is not present, but perhaps we'll ask him to watch that recording. Okay, so the next question probably is, let's say, a direct continuation of where we stopped, namely, in our strategy, as it was told during the previous panel, what is emphasized is the need of coordination between academic circles and ministry responsible directly for universities with all other stakeholders, in particular other ministries, agencies, policies being pursued in the country. So tell us a little bit more about whether such governance structures have been established in your countries, on what level, and how do they contribute, let's say, to the real-life internationalizations, decisions or efforts. Mathieu, it's your turn.
Maybe I will speak about the level where I'm working. It means an embassy. We have a network of attachés for higher education and science in the world, so in the most important countries. And I was also hearing it's something which could come for Poland, which I find very interesting because I was always looking for my counterpart at the Polish embassy in Paris. There is no. So to develop bilateral cooperation, it will help. So this position is, I am the representative of both the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Higher Education. And in the daily work, we have to deal with them and to deal also with the universities, with the Polish one and the French one. It's not always easy because we have not always exactly the same interest in both ministries. Just to quote an example, we have a bilateral treaty between Poland and France, which was signed 1 year ago, the Treaty of Nancy. Which is quite ambitious, and there are also ambitions in the scientific and academic cooperation, but it's still something we have to implement, and it was mostly negotiated by the foreign ministries, and now we have to convince the Ministry of Higher Education and Research to give us some budget, some tools to achieve the ambitions of this treaty. I will not detail, but it's a very concrete example. We don't have in the EU the problem of visas, but it's something for other countries outside of the EU, which is involving the Ministry of Interior, and then it gets more difficult with 3 ministries involved.
And also a follow-up question to you. So what is your official, let's say, or formal relationship to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? So do you have any influence of their visa policies, or it is just, let's say, something that you must be aware of and take into consideration in your workings abroad? So,
as I said, it's not mainly my focus here in Poland, but we still have to deal sometimes with students from non-EU countries, but living in Poland, who wants to study in France. So we have to make an exam of each candidate applying for a visa, and we give some good reasons to give them the visa if they are young talents and they are interesting for us. But then there are other dimensions of this, and at the end we don't have the last word, I must say.
Thank you, sir. We have a rare opportunity because, as I understand, in our strategy, it is proposed to establish a position like yours. Perhaps you could advise us what should be the scope of responsibilities and duties of somebody like you. Perhaps it is not very comfortable for you to speak, for example, about which competences you lack at your position. But if you were to design, let's say, a perfect position for attaché responsible for international academic collaboration abroad, so what would you include into the scope of responsibilities of somebody who is to play such a role?
Yeah, just I forgot to quote that I am also responsible for the Campus France Polska, so the two colleagues working in Kraków and Warsaw and doing, they are on the ground and meeting with students and scholars, and it's very helpful because they are our ears and they know the landscape, the local landscape. It's different, for example, from the German organization where the DAAD is separated from the attaché for science at the embassy. They are working close together, but still it's two organizations. So I think it's quite efficient to have both. Also this science competence for science. It's not always easy because of course you have to know well two landscapes, the French one and the Polish one. So I am still discovering. I would like, if I would like have changed something to have more time in France to meet with the French universities. Now I am discovering the Polish one, and they are asking for me to help them to make contacts. And sometimes when you are abroad since many years, it's my case. It's not. I have to refresh some contacts in France.
So is it also part of your job to link French and Polish universities so they can ask you, for example, to find a partner or to help them to operate, let's say, abroad?
Definitely, and we are also organizing some events to facilitate these links. And I just want to say we are organizing in a few weeks an event in cooperation with NAVA. It's a French-Polish symposium for welcoming international students. It will be in Warsaw on the 15th of June and in Łódź on the 16th. I think many of you got the information, but there are still some places free for Polish universities. We have 15 French universities represented at this symposium from different fields, management schools, engineer schools, and universities. It's a way to make this contact happen.
Thank you very much. So it seems that you play the role that NAVA, in fact, is fulfilling in Poland at the moment, and Perspektywy Foundation to some extent. So perhaps this kind of, let's say, official network of people who could link, let's say, us as Polish universities or institutions with our counterparts abroad could be of real help. So now, what about Austria?
Two scopes maybe, just also to reflect what Heli has been saying on the autonomy of universities. So we see from the strategy level and from the self-esteem what concerns the autonomy of universities, that in the higher education landscape and in the sector, we are reaching constantly more understanding and a really good working together on strategic things. So coordination, you were mentioning coordination that works between the ministry. In my department, we have a Bologna team working together very closely with the ministry on the strategy. And when I speak about universities, I might say it's a matter of soft diplomacy because, of course, universities are autonomous and they decide on what to do, but the understanding that we as a small country in Austria, we need international partnership, we need friends, even in disruptive times as now, is getting stronger. The other the other question on liaising with other partners, other ministries, Foreign Ministry, Ministry of Interior, is a constant struggle. I have to be honest, we don't have it in the strategy explicitly. We have different fora. We have a forum on, together with universities, with Foreign Ministry on foreigners law, for instance, on provisions for permissions, work permissions, research permissions, and all of that. Because you know, when it comes to a certain duration of stay, it gets to the national level and it doesn't remain on the EU level. Despite all recommendations from EU side, it remains on the national level. And then you get into the whole bunch of political and societal and media discussions on illegal migration and all that kind of. I would have another point on that, but I don't know if we have the time. So there we're working hard, but the understanding, I would say, there is this divergence of responsibilities. Let's put it like that. Yeah, the interest of a Ministry of Interior, at least in Austria, and I guess there's not so much difference in other European countries, is a different one than of the Ministry of Research and Higher Education. Yeah? I stop here because I don't have a solution for you. It's just let's keep thinking of it, because of course we don't want, it has been mentioned, we don't want illegal migration. No, of course not. We want the best talented and brightest minds, but yeah, it's difficult.
Thank you. In a sense, it's nice to hear that not all our problems are uniquely ours. That's a little bit heartwarming. Ali, tell us about
Yeah, your
this.
problems are not unique at all. Regarding the coordination on a national level, early years of internationalization efforts, we had a governance structure which met regularly and looked to the developments, but that kind of ceased to exist over the years. Currently, we basically have for a education field, we have this kind of a working format of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Education and Research, and the Harno Education and Youth Board, and the Estonian Center for Developmental Cooperation, where we kind of share what's happening on our work front and kind of plan future activities. But all those more sensitive issues which you are referring to, this is under more the theme of the responsible internationalization. And I have to say that our security kind of administration has been also proactively engaged with the university by offering additional information, probably out of the public domain sometimes, and also trained the university administrations who are dealing with recruitment of the international students. And I wouldn't say that everybody is happy. Obviously, there are different interests, but there is a dialogue which is very important. And when I was listening our French colleague Matthew, and kind of I was thinking that what kind of issues we have, because this post of the science attachés, which sometimes also cover education issues. This is rather kind of, it's well worked out a format or well used format by many countries. And for such a small country like Estonia, the problem is actually the limited size of consular representations. So we do not have very many countries where we have representation, and that makes actually recruitment of international students a bit more difficult. So, for example, just recently we were very happy that the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs opened consular services in Brazil. And we also have kind of negotiated some, let's say, semi-private solutions for handling the visa applications. So, yeah, I think the fact of the matter is that this topic is a bit sensitive, and in every country you need to kind of find out the solutions which are suitable for your size and also to the political climate.
Thank you. But does it mean, I mean, the example of Estonia, that perhaps the solution, the governance solution that I think the authors of our draft strategy had in mind, of a one single governance body gathering all important players and supposed to meet on a regular basis, perhaps it's not the best and most sustainable solution. If, as you said, in Estonia, something like that existed at the very beginning, but over time ceased to operate, and now you have like smaller formats of, let's say, 2 or 3 relevant, most relevant or interested in a given issue stakeholders. Is that correct?
I would say that in the early years, when we started off with those activities, this governing structure nevertheless was very important, because it was more like a support group for vice rectors and the ministry to discuss about different directions, to actually really fight about some things, and it was useful on a practical ground. It was very useful. But yes, at the moment, those issues are dealt differently.
Thank you. So last question before we ask the audience to join our discussion, but the last question that I couldn't not ask, namely about European University Initiative, which at least in Poland we regard as a potential game changer and something very significant for the future of internationalization in Poland. And my first concern is, do you think that it is similarly important and treated seriously all over Europe, or it is more important the less internationalized the country is? So perhaps for us it's much bigger chance and much bigger opportunity. That's why it seems to us, let's say, much bigger chance than in, let's say, old Europe part, where it is just another tool to many that have already are in existence and are developed and well established. Do you think that this agenda of European University Initiative should be something, from your perspective, that we should regard as, let's say, a cornerstone of the strategic thinking on internationalization in the years to come? What's your opinion, Matthias? Now you, Franz.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about this before, and of course this is a priority for the French diplomacy and for the Ministry of Research and Higher Education. It's a priority, and it's a reality for the universities which are involved. It was an experiment, and now it's turning to getting more structural, and we have many. Exactly 68 French institutions participating in European universities. It means most of these European alliances have a French member.
It was the French idea, after all. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, and then the universities were very quickly involved and enthusiastic in this project. Yeah, I was working in Germany before arriving in September in Poland, and there is a difference in the visibility of the European alliances here. It's much more visible in each university I visit, and it's always introduced, presented as like a key element of the international strategy of the universities involved, and I find it very interesting. I could speak more about this. I take the occasion to make a second announcement that we will organize in September in Warsaw on the 24 and 25 a big conference of European universities in a Weimar triangle format. So it's a cooperation also with NAVA, but with the University of Warsaw and with the German embassy and the DAAD here. Some of you already received probably the save the date, but it will an invitation will come until the end of this month, I hope. So it's something we have to discuss together in different format, not only bilateral. It will be trilateral because the future of these European alliances is getting to be decided in the coming months. The sustainable financement of these alliances, and it's a very important debate we have to open.
Thank you. No, Gerhard.
Tomasz, thank you for this perspective, because I never looked at it from the perspective how about small and big countries. What we see is it's a diversified discussion, I'd say, in Austria. Austrian universities, the ministry was top committed, so they were following l'esprit français, so to say, in the initiative. But the Austrian universities were reluctant. And it turned out, and that's one perspective, it turned out that the smaller universities, they benefited a lot because they took it as a marketing tool, same thing you mentioned. And still the larger ones, they got many requests, let's be together in a European university. They saw the hassle. They are also the traditional universities, the larger ones who kind of might have more kind of challenges to adapt quickly new things, and the Commission was then putting additional things on it. For us, then there's also in the public discussion, also with our colleagues from other agencies in Europe, there is also the discussion, what about the 85% of universities who are not taking part of the European universities, how to secure their internationalization, how to secure their quality of internationalization, their kind of values and their efforts they put in. So this is currently the stage where we are, and we have to see how it works. I mean, there is a boost certainly through the European universities, but we have to look at the whole landscape.
Let me just check one thing. So somebody reacted very enthusiastically. Can you raise your hand? Okay, that's wonderful. Maybe we could hear from the person in the audience what their experience has been and why this was so good to hear. So that was you, right? Yeah, you're like at the very
red-handed.
Caught red-handed, yeah. So tell us your name first.
Hello, I'm Marek Łukasik. I'm Vice Rector for Development and Cooperation from a small university in Poland, Pomeranian University in Słupsk. And I certainly can say that we were unsuccessful in getting to one of the alliances, or maybe two, in fact. But at the same time, we were really successful with other projects. And one of those projects that I would say was also, kind of visible in the European Union is Centers of Vocational Excellence. So that's the second, in terms of financing, the second most important, I would say, Erasmus Plus initiative. And what I have been voicing quite loudly is that we should also support smaller universities, especially when they have something to say, when they deliver on this European map. So it's not only alliances, but it goes beyond this point. So maybe we should also think about the possibilities, about a kind of scheme to also support quality in those smaller universities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marek. And who agrees that we should support smaller universities? Raise your hand. We want to see you in the audience. Yeah, a lot of people are in favor of this. Over to you, Tomasz.
As they say, coffee does not rule out tea. So I don't see any contradiction in that idea. And even more so, that many smaller universities are members of the alliances, and I think that they profit even more than Jagiellonian or Warsaw University from that collaboration. But obviously the world doesn't end on the alliances, that's obvious. And what occurred to me when I was listening to Gerhard's answer was that in Poland, at least it seems to me that in Poland it was to some extent the opposite situation. So the universities were much more enthusiastic to join the alliances than the ministry, which was not against that, but you know, we have many times an impression that from the point of view of the national administration, there is some element of risk in the idea of integrating cross-border integration of European universities, because, you know, a kind of a message not always explicitly articulated was, hold on, but, you know, higher education policy is a national prerogative, so we decide what and when and how things should be done. So don't go too fast, let's say, that now you are a partner in the European entity, so you are a little bit beyond, let's say, the scope of our commands and decisions. So there is some tension, and I think that perhaps the stronger the initiative will get, the more tension, let's say, of this kind probably will appear. And the idea of European diplomas is a very good example of that, because, you know, the granting diplomas were always, let's say, the matter within the authority of a national state, and now it is supposed to become, let's say, something international or beyond, let's say, the capacity of an individual state, which is always difficult, let's say, to give up, let's say, on having something that you are used to treat as yours. And what about Estonia? How do you see the situation there? In my alliance, we have an Estonian partner, by the way.
We have, out of 18 higher education institutions, we have 5 in European University Alliances. And for institutions, it seems to be a very important topic. For the ministry, I would recognize the sentiments you described, but in whole honestly, I think we also want to see more precisely what is the impact of the alliances, what is this kind of a new level of innovation, new level of doing things, and what is there something the other institutions who are not part of the alliances can they benefit of that experience? The institutions who are part of those networks are finding out. So yes, this is an interesting topic for years to come, I think.
Thank you very much. So now may I invite anyone to join us, to ask questions, to share comments?
Yeah, we have some people, some over there. One more person will join you guys with a microphone. Somebody wanted to speak in here, so we've got more, which is good. Okay. What's your name?
Katarzyna Kuriata. I'm from Department of Social Integration, the Ministry of Family, Labor and the Social Policy. And I think this panel is very interesting, especially the issue of the coordination, as you said. We are in our department just finishing the integration strategy. which is currently almost at the end. And we are just thinking that it will be interesting and very important to actually align this strategy with the internationalization of the higher education strategy and also other documents, because we see that a lot of points that are mentioned there actually could be already taken into action if we align those strategy. Also, there is another strategy that Ministry of Education is working on, the strategy of for the younger people, which are also, there are some points that could be aligned. So I think having one institution which will be having this coordination role at the beginning, as Heli mentioned, will be important. Of course, the NAVA is one of the the national leader. However, without the resources and extra money, it will not be possible. So I'm just thinking also what Mr. Volt said, that buying in from different stakeholders is also important. So this strategy is right now, it's very focused on the academic world, which I think needs to go a bit beyond to get like a more buy-in, and also then the funding is also easier if you like are getting this from the different angles. So this is my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it seems that the list of strategies that requires alignment with the strategy of internationalization seems pretty long. And
yeah, you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
And so perhaps that would be also important, let's say, to check, let's say, to what extent they fit to each other before it is finally announced and published, because then it would be a difficult situation if immediately after that it turns out that there are some discrepancies or contradictions between the simultaneously or in a parallel well-prepared strategic document. So perhaps it's kind of an additional step that should be made before we finish the works on this strategy. Thank you very much for this suggestion.
Right. So Katarzyna is agreeing with you, and let me check on the other side of the aisle, because there was somebody in here. Who was it? Oh, that's you. So that's Piotr Serafin.
Yes. Thank you very much for introducing me. I have a quick question to Mrs. Heli Aru-Habilan. If I understood you correctly, the internationalization strategy in Estonia, the period in which it was valid is already over. Do you have any tangible results of this strategy? Has anything tangible changed in the Estonian landscape of higher education? Thank you.
Yeah, short answer is yes. Because there was funding available, those KPIs which were agreed, there was a positive change towards achieving those. And I would also say that universities on institutional level saw the value of internationalization, because in many benchmarking initiatives which are there, internationalization related indicators are very important. So the number and share of the international students, international staff. So I mean, the push towards gaining those kind of quantitative indicators kind of gradually shifted on an institutional level, which is actually right, I think. That's where the responsibility has to be.
What do you think about it, Piotr?
Can you?
Yeah, wait, it should work. Now it works.
Okay. Can you observe, for example, a larger share of ERC awardees in your country, or some kind of this kind of indexes that have soared over the past years?
Well, we definitely can say that, for example, the number of international students as the absolute numbers, but also as a share, has gone down. We had a height of those numbers was before COVID, where we had about 12% of our students were international students. COVID really dropped it. I think first year it was 20% of the admission gone down, and then also I have to admit the overall sentiment in the country shifted gradually towards more conservative understanding, and there were voices asking why do we need to have those international students here, and some universities reacted quite swiftly. But not all of them. For example, University of Tartu, who comes out as a also as an excellent research institution, they have been very strongly guarding their activities in internationalization, and they come out very well in international comparisons.
Yeah, I think that's a fair answer to my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piotr.
And if I may add just one comment, that the absolute number of international foreign students in Estonia has actually dropped. And you don't, as I understand, you don't regard it as a step back, let's say. It's just a question of stage of internationalization. And I would like just to point out that, to me, one of the most valuable points made in the strategy that we are discussing today, the Polish draft, is changing the focus from the idea of mobility as the central concept, let's say, of what internationalization is all about, to the concept of international experience of members of the academic community, which is much broader and I think much more flexible and fits much better to the let's say more mature stage of internationalization that we are entering after the period when we only counted heads, so to say, year by year, how many new foreign students have come and how successful are we in recruitment and so on and so on. So this is an important shift in our thinking, and perhaps over time it will bring about a totally different way of thinking into what internationalization consists of. So that is one comment on the occasion of the Estonian experience.
Professor Tomasz Pietrzykowski and his panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Mathieu, Heli, and Gerhard, thank you so much for joining us. And now we'll get a chance to eat something good, something from the Polish cuisine, some kind of blend. I was talking to international students here in Poland. We're going to serve you some good food. Food for thought, international experience is something that Tomasz just talked about, so thank you so very much. We have an hour, which is amazing because we no longer have a backlog, we are no longer delayed, and it's all thanks to this guy, so thank you very much, Tomasz, for saving the lunch. Yeah. We have about 58 minutes now. Tomasz, the lunch savior. The lunch saver is his official name now. Tomasz, I appreciate it so much. Dzień dobry, witam gorąco, witam Was, którzy oglądacie
Ladies and
nas przez
gentlemen,
internet.
welcome to our audience gathered here and welcome to our audience over the internet.
W Krakowie.
Just wanted to show you a bit of Kraków. Here we are in the AGH University of Kraków.
Którzy oglądacie
We are
i wami, którzy
opening
widzicie to na własne
panel number
oczy. Jesteśmy tutaj w Krakowie. Tomasz, moderator naszego panelu, któremu jeszcze raz
Tomasz
dziękujemy
will
za
be
uratowanie
moderating
przerwy
our
lunchowej.
panel.
I nie
Thank
tylko
you for
oczywiście,
saving
bo
our lunch break.
nie chciałbym, żeby pan moderator się poczuł sprowadzony tylko do tego,
But
a
of
pan mówi, że
course,
warto
you
było.
are a contributor to our session in many more ways than just keeping the discussion short. And allow me now to introduce you to the body of panelists. Welcome after the break.
Czwarta już konferencja, właściwie
This is
kongres
the fourth Congress of Internationalization
Kto się
of
czuje
Science.
jak? To jest moje pytanie do Państwa.
So
Od 1
how
do
are
5
you,
można pokazać
ladies and
na
gentlemen?
palcach
Why
dłoni,
don't you
żebym
vote
wiedział,
from 1 to
jakie to
5? Are you
nastroje są.
okay? What's your mood
Wszyscy
today?
na piąteczkę, a ktoś na przykład
5? Give me high five. What
Można
about
mieć
4?
czwórkę przecież.
Why not 4?
A Pani ma dyszkę.
And
Pani z
you
Akademii
are
Muzycznej
showing
Wrocławia,
both
elegancko.
hands,
No,
so
a ktoś ma
10.
3.
Does anybody feel like 3 today?
Tak super?
No, we are
5 na 5.
great.
No to niech
5
tak było, że
out
to
of
będzie
5.
właśnie
Why
bardzo dobra
not?
sesja, która przed
So,
nami, moi
this is
drodzy.
a grand
Bardzo
opening
dobrze,
of
że jest z nami
our
dr
next
Łukasz
panel.
Gołota,
We have Dr.
zastępca
Łukasz
dyrektora
Gołota,
NAWY.
who is the
Przywitajmy gorąco
deputy
naszego
head of
moderatora.
NAWA, the National Agency for Academic
Łukasz
Exchange.
usiądzie tutaj.
Łukasz
Witam
will be
serdecznie.
seated
Tak,
here.
zapraszam właśnie na to miejsce, ono jest przeznaczone dla moderatorów.
This is
Będzie
a
o
place
miejscu
for
i
the
roli strategii w
moderator.
ekosystemie
We will
nauki
be
i
speaking
szkolnictwa
about the place
wyższego.
and role
A
of the
tymi
strategy
panelistami są
in the
profesor
ecosystem of science
Jolanta
and
Itrik-Drabarek,
higher education.
wiceprezeska
And we
sieci
will
badawczej
hear
Łukasiewicz.
from Professor Jolanta
Witamy
Itrik-Drabarek,
serdecznie.
who is the deputy president of
Zastępca dyrektora
Łukasiewicz Research
Narodowego Centrum
Network.
Nauki,
We
dr
also have
Marcin
with
Liana.
us Dr. Marcin Liana, who is the deputy head of the National
Jest z
Center
nami
for
także
Science,
profesor,
as well as
inżynier,
professor
jeszcze wiele innych tytułów, które skandalicznie nie wyczytałem, będę miał problemy, ale być może wybaczy sam zainteresowany.
Jerzy Małachowski,
profesor na pewno,
the head
dyrektor
of
Narodowego
the
Centrum Badań i
National
Rozwoju. Dzień dobry,
Center for
profesorze.
Research and Development.
I jest także
And
prezeska
we
Polskiej
also have
Agencji
the president
Kosmicznej
of the
Polsa, więc
Polish
dr
Space
Marta Wachowicz.
Agency,
Witamy gorąco,
Dr.
pani prezes.
Marta Wachowicz. Warm welcome to all of you.
Jak widzą Państwo, nastroje są
As you
dobre.
can
Czy
see,
polskie
we
instytucje
are in
naukowe i
great
technologiczne potrafią
mood.
działać razem?
So can
Właśnie
Polish
Łukasz
scientific institutions work together? Over to Łukasz. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to moderate the post-lunch panel. We are ready for some intellectual challenge. So thank you very much for joining us at this session. It is very important because we really want the strategy to be a live and living document rather than a document that will only sit on the shelf. Thank you to my panelists. What a fantastic body of panelists we have. We have some few billion zlotys sitting here that will be then spent on research and development, and we will be discussing the ways to spend this money. When I first joined NAWA, it took me some while to learn about all the institutions, all the authorities, committees, what have you. And then we decided to organize an executive panel, if you like, to invite people responsible for administering various institutions, various executive agencies, to walk us through their needs, their operational framework, and what is it that we can do together to change things. At all the ministerial meetings, there is millions of different ideas, and then it boils down to the final question, who's gonna do that? And here come the execution agencies. And we have 4 of those represented here, as supervised by the Ministry of Higher Education, and then 1 is supervised by the Ministry of Innovations. So, without much ado, I will start with Polsa. I don't think I know a lot about the Polish Space Agency. So, a question to Dr. Wachowicz. What is the role and the significance of the Polish Space Agency? Is it a research institute? Is it an implementation agency? Why this question? Well, do we really need to coordinate our efforts more? Would we benefit from yet another institution that would be providing a framework for us? Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to organizers for having me here. It's a great privilege to sit on this important panel. I'm really thrilled that we have the Internationalisation Strategy. Well, because the space sector is international, so we mustn't grumble, really. And in the context of the Polish ecosystem, we have been cooperating at the international arena, and we do have foreigners sitting on Polsa board, and we send our Polish engineers to work abroad. So Polsa, Polish Space Agency, is slightly different from the executive agency supervised by the Ministry of Higher Education, because we are providing our services to the entire space industry. We support science, but also defense and the military use. So we have a very broad spectrum of obligations and competencies, and I'm sorry to say that sadly we do not have tools, such as the previous speaker said. We do not have grants, we cannot enjoy the de minimis financial support, we don't organize call for projects. So we are really a hub that coordinates any activities happening in the space, BCR, so that we can create good consortia and develop good space products. So we are an important element in this chain of supply that contributes to the growth of the Polish GDP, but what we need is cooperation with the financial institutions and research and development, because we really need to think about the ways we can implement space solutions in an efficient way. We've been discussing the National Space Program for a number of years. Space is a pretty interdisciplinary domain, and more. There's so many dual-use products going on, and there's so many things happening in the defense and the military area. So we need to intensify our efforts to think about developing Polish science, research and development in the area of space research. Do we need another coordinating body? I don't think so. There is huge intellectual potential and a lot of experience, and well, we can dwell on that, and maybe we could tweak the legal provisions a little, but that's a different story. So I think with our own work we would be able to deliver on the synergy effect, and I think Polsa is on the right track. But of course we need to cooperate with the state-owned institutions, because space is based on intellectual property delivered by the scientists. Thank you very much indeed. As we discussed the growing numbers of foreign students in Poland, we did discuss a number of problems with visa regime. When we grew the number of foreign students from 8,000 to 100,000, well, the system got stuck. That's why the strategy is a way to professionalize this long-term development, to put it into a systemic framework, so that universities can use this framework, and the strategy is there for them. So the same question is now addressed to Professor Małachowski. One of our ideas was to launch an interdisciplinary team, because we've got 4 agencies, sometimes we cannot really agree on a single date to meet. So, what is the importance of the National Center of Research and Development, NCBR? Do we cooperate on the right way? Do we have enough cooperation? I understand you're asking me about cooperation in between the agencies. Very much so. Thank you very much, and I apologize for being absent at the previous sessions. I only made it to Kraków around 1 o'clock. So, the number of agencies, should we grow it? No, not really. I think we have enough. We also have some experience from working with neighboring countries that do not really have such implementation agencies in the first place. From my point of view, I can say that the NCBR have a number of strategic development directions that we built on and that we are implementing and delivering on. As we're discussing internationalization, I think you need to understand that 60% of calls that we announced last year were about international cooperation. Budget-wise, maybe they would correspond to some 1/4 or 1/5 of all the funds we allocate, but as the number of calls, well, as you can see, international projects amount to some 60%. Another element in the picture, we have the national contact point, one-stop shop, some hundreds or even thousands of hundreds of various talks, discussion, exchanges, training, what have you. We want Polish science, through various small international programs, to grow and to be able to apply for grants from the EU coffers, because that's the direction we want to pursue. We should all speak one language, really. Another element, certainly, we don't want to compete one with another. We want to continue collaborating one with another. We are working on the technological level, but also other levels. In the NCBR, we operate through 3 different levels, and we decided to work within the framework from 4 to 9, and to that end we are building Polish science that would be a science that is applied, that can talk to business and cooperate with business, because applied sciences should be built in such a way so that they are commercialized. When we come up with specific solutions, then we want to make sure they will be implemented, or at least they will be taken to step 1 so that we can then commercialize it and take it to level 9. And another element that is part of our strategy, as we discuss various levels of development, we should be building bridges between science and business and entrepreneurship, because this is of key importance, that the money we invest should give us this value added. Today we are able to measure it. There are various ratios that we can use. We did have 1 or 2 percentage point growth in GDP back in 2023 that was solidly due to the investments in science. Well, you may be considering if it's good or bad. If you look at some milliard of US dollars in terms of budget, 1/10 is significant amount of money, and this can then be spent on developing new products. Another element in the picture, very soon structural funds that we have will be over. So yet another challenge ahead of us would be to spend the money we have in a wise way and to be able to cooperate at the international arena. And that's the very basic thing. Thank you very much. May I use this opportunity to thank Professor Małachowski for his contribution, because we've got this Polish return project whereby research grants are used to make sure that Polish researchers come back to Poland. Moving on, the National Center for Science. Thank you to Dr. Liana. This is a Krakow-based institution, a sister institution, if you like, and CN is helping us in a lot of research. So what is your vision of Polish science internationalization, and what would be the role of the National Center for Science? Thank you very much for having me. And thank you for offering this space to the National Center for Science. A few words about NCN. We've been around for some 15 years, operating for the benefit of the Polish science. We provide grants to researchers. And as we heard from Professor Małachowski, we are basically funding basic research. So this is level 1, 2, 3. What we try to do is to verify the quality of the projects that answered our calls. Well, we feel that many of those projects are not as successful as they could be. We should have more grants to very highly ranking projects in terms of scientific content, but we simply do not have enough money. We would have wanted to grant more scientific projects, but when we assess and evaluate those projects, we look at the quality of research that is presented in the body of the project. And this is assessed through the prism of global science. So our grants are considered both in English and in Polish. They are assessed by scientists affiliated outside of the Polish universities who are very well conversant
bardzo dobre rozeznanie, jeśli chodzi o stan nauki.
With the status of science in Europe and in the world, and also the NCN has always been organized on the model of the European Research Council, which is the European agency that sets the standard for qualitative research in Europe. So when you apply with your project to NCN, when you answer our call, you are definitely applying in a similar way you would if you were looking to apply for the European grants. Now, as for international cooperation and internationalization of science and research, since the very beginning our vision in NCN was to develop cooperation through a special team of people. We have a special team of people responsible for international cooperation. We want to cooperate with European-based agencies, but also globally. We have initiated cooperation with most of the European research agencies. We run joint calls for proposals, and we offer research projects that would include a number of different agency researchers originating from many countries. And this has always been the case. We attach a lot of importance to making sure that this cooperation is developed and that it is durable and sustainable, so that once the project is over, we don't lose sight of our researchers, but offer them an opportunity to continue the research, of course, through next round of grants and next calls. We would also like to encourage our researchers to apply for the European grants, because first and foremost, this will take some burden out of the Polish financial system, and we want to make sure that we can use the European funds to a larger extent. In this area, the European funds are not used to their full potential. So maybe you can conclude with 2 sentences, perhaps? Certainly. So we cooperate with NAVA, the National Center for Academic Exchange. We cooperate with NCBR, which is the National Center for Research and Development. So it would seem that an additional institution to coordinate all these efforts, it's simply not needed. I don't think it would come useful, but certainly the representatives of all our institutions, well, may be cooperating even closer than that, for instance, in the area of scientific discoveries, so that we can follow up on those grants from the NCN. Thank you very much. And now over to Jolanta Itrich-Drabarek. What about Łukasiewicz Research Network? A number of various research and scientific institutes that work with implementation, but also research. 22 to be more exact. Okay, it used to be more than 22, but anyway, if you were so kind and tell us what's the specificity of this Łukasiewicz Research Network, what's the idea behind it, and do you see internationalization happening at this network? Would that be a good way to build our scientific sovereignty? Yes, thank you very much. Łukasiewicz Research Network is a pretty new body because it was launched in 2019. It collects some 22 research institutes, not all of them, of course, deal with technicalities because they're social sciences. Our network is the only network to provide an umbrella organization for research institute. So we operate at three various levels. Number one is the level to integrate research institutes within our network. And there is a lot of differentiation going on. There are highly internationalized institutes that have been cooperating with various consortia and international platforms, but we also have institutes with small level of internationalization. So one of our main objectives now is to emphasize the need for internationalization and to provide all the knowledge and necessary experience for our partners to do so. Number two, for those members of international consortia who are now members only, we want to promote them to become consortium leaders. This is the first level. Level number two is us watching various networks across the world. FPT in Finland, Fraunhofer in Germany, DEMI in the Netherlands, and CIRE in Australia, and we want to learn from best practices of these institutions, and we need to focus on R&D projects in large consortia. We want to emphasize on international publications, renowned publications, and thirdly, we want to provide mobility. We have apprenticeship, we have stipends. When people have to deal with the daily circumstances, quite often it is impossible for a researcher to spend a long time abroad because of the family matters. But these can be apprenticeships that only take a few months. And then commercialization, implementation. Our ambition, however, is to build, well, using the members of our consortia. So our ambition would be to come up with a five-fold helixes with public administration, business. Now, with four elements, the main role is played by the government, and if you want a five-tier system, we want to add social environment to the picture. So with this five-tier structure, we see the need to enhance coordination within the ecosystem of the Polish science and higher education. So we feel that this coordination should be systemic. For instance, in the area of financing, we have systemic financing at the level from 1 to 4, and then Dr. Liliana and Professor Małachowski spoke of levels 3 to 9, which is making the project ready for technological launch. But we need to understand that everybody is competing with everybody within that system, so there are no dedicated programs for smart professionalization, so to speak, and this is something we need here in Poland rather badly. Universities should focus and could focus on basic science, but technical universities or research institute should focus on higher TRL studies, applied knowledge, but it is very important to look at where the money is coming from. When we compete for the same funds with the Polish Academy of Sciences, this is not very healthy competition. We are competing one with another within the same ecosystem rather than supporting and collaborating one with another. So we should be taking over some projects at the level 4, developing it to come to level 9 when it can be commercialized. And then there is a number of issues that need to be taken care of. For instance, copyright, intellectual property right of the authors. So within the systemic solution, we may be looking into higher coordination. For instance, in Sweden, we have governmental-based center that combines all the institutions acting as a coordinator and contacting them with the business at large. So Łukasiewicz Research Network is currently at 27% from the Horizon program. So every third zloty comes from the EU coffers. So 30% of the funds come from the EU budget, but we feel we can achieve more. But again, this would only be possible if we operate through various consortia with our Polish partners, but also with our foreign partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was highly interesting. I talked to Madam Professor before, and my request of all of you is, please let's make sure that we say what we have in mind. Let's be honest with one another. And my question now goes to both of you, directors. Professor, you talked about taking the idea from the stage of conceptualization until the readiness to market. And my question is, in contemporary industrial, economic, scientific processes, is such division still valid? What would you say? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure it makes sense if we want to adopt a more holistic view. At the National Center for Research and Development, there's this program under the name of ECP, Innovative Public Procurement. And you can submit a research challenge. We do not define it in any rigid terms. We wear the shoes of a beneficiary and we seek innovative solutions beginning from an idea until the stage of implementation, and 100% of the funds are covered by the National Center for Research and Development. So it begins with an idea, you go through the research stage, and finally the implementation stage, and you can do it. And you can count on funding from the National Center for Research and Development. We have also launched the Leader Up program, and many applications have been submitted. The philosophy behind the program is quite different now. So again, it all begins with basic science, with an initial idea, and then we take it through the research stage and the implementation stage. And more than 700 applications have been submitted, which is impressive. I think it was a year and a half that we announced it, and I remember that more than 500 applications were filed at the time, and now all of a sudden it's as many as 700 applications. And the important thing is that what we teach those young beneficiaries is that they need to learn about the law, the economics, they need to know how to manage their intellectual property, they need to know how to assemble a team, and then they are in charge of their research idea. And once the initiator comes to the conclusion that the idea may be implemented, may be marketed, what we offer is a mentor and a coach that will accompany the young researcher throughout the process. It's a very comprehensive approach to young researchers, from the initial idea through the final implementation. And the young researcher will additionally be assessed by a coach, a mentor, who will offer consultancy services. And the assistance is out there for the young person or a team of young researchers to be well supported. Well, sounds like a dream. I think I need to pinch myself to make sure that I'm not asleep. Yes, well, the National Center for Research and Development is quite a different institution now. Research, development, innovation. These are the three tenets of our activity. Well, the problem with basic science is that they may or may not bring about tangible results, or they may bring about tangible results in many years to come. So what is the attitude on the part of the National Center for Science, NCN? Well, the research funded by NCN, the National Center for Science, may be related to any research idea, so it's quite flexible. And those NCN-funded projects may, at a later stage, be commercialized. And so the existence of a separate agency that would finance such research makes sense. You need to know what the circumstances are in other countries. In Norway, for instance, there's a single agency, and they finance basic research, and they also finance projects that are commissioned by different ministries. You know, whenever something is of particular interest and might be it might be a special order placed by one of the ministries. Like there are strategic governmental projects, and yes, we also fund those, and it's a separate channel. Right, so in Norway there's a single agency. It's a single national agency. Of course, you need to realize what the academic milieu is like in Norway, what size of the academic circles is in Norway as compared to Poland. If you think of innovation indices in the EU, then the first three positions are occupied by Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands, if I remember correctly, and Poland ranks 23rd. So, well, we are basically lagging behind the EU average. And if I remember, our innovation index is 63, we are ranked 23rd, but we are also the 20th world economy, mind you. So certainly there is room for improvement. And what you spoke about, Director, as a program like Tango. Tango was not fully successful, so we've been reflecting upon a new program that we might be engaged in together. 11 or even 12,000 applications are submitted to NCN year in, year out. That is the scale we're speaking of. So if even 10% of those may be financially supported and then commercialized, it's already good enough. The mechanism that you've presented involving coaching, it's a special tool under the National Center for Research and Development, NCBR, that we offer coaching and mentorship. Right, so since there is such a mechanism in place, I would say it would be good to expand it upon everyone with potential. Let's say that someone has discovered something new as part of an NCN project. It would be good to be part of the same pipeline that leads up to the eventual commercialization. Last week, a report was announced, drafted by a ministerial team, and that team had been working for 1 year on that particular subject. What should be done in Poland to make sure that there's better commercialization of scientific discoveries using different innovative tools. And this is quite a fresh report. Just last week it was published, and it's available on the ministry's website. So if you're interested, make sure you read through it. Oh, thank you. In 2010, when I joined my university, I remember it was a very different institution. It was mostly about didactics and maybe writing a paper from time to time. But nowadays, it is an enormous research network. It's not about you being closed up in the basement, doing some meticulous work trying to write a paper on your own. So my question to you now, Professor, is about the space industry. Is the space industry even possible to envisage without the element of internationalization? No, in the space industry, you can hardly imagine content that would be solely local or regional. Of course, we need to have some sovereign resources, sovereign capacity in the context of the security system, but that's a different kettle of fish. No country, or even, I would venture to say, no continent can afford to finance such gigantic space missions. And so the Polish Space Agency works hand in hand with other agencies and institutions, and as history shows it, we are powerful when acting jointly. If you think of those most spectacular space missions, like the Voyager, or like large missions of the European space missions, like Mars, Venus, Verde, Colombo, all those missions involve extensive collaboration between different researchers, countries, entrepreneurs. So the space and space exploration requires international cooperation right from the outset. It's a separate issue, how to make sure that the national interests and sovereign capacity is safeguarded, and that is quite difficult indeed, but Polish companies, thanks to the fact that they've been quite enthusiastic cooperating with foreign partners and applying for funds at the level of the European Union or even the international level, well, they have acquired extensive skills and are now ready to compete on the international arena, and we can already reap benefits from that international process. As we sit here in the conference hall of the AGH University, you will know that there are brilliant programs offered by AGH University involving international students and international teachers. So the Polish Space Agency is very proud to note that. The oldest Center for Space Exploration, that is the Center for Space Exploration of the Polish Academy of Sciences, an institution that was in operation towards the end of the 1970s and in the 1980s. When I go back to those early days, Well, I can remember our first experiences gained alongside the Soviet Union, but that has also taught us how to cooperate in the European market. Cooperation, international cooperation dates many, many years back in the sector of space exploration, and the Polish Academy of Sciences is mainly focused on intellectual value, but has been employing foreigners for a long time now and has been engaged in a high number of international projects involving governments of other countries as well. So, of course, change is desired, and we need to reflect on how to safeguard our sovereignty, who to cooperate with, and what principles should underpin international collaboration in the sector of space exploration. Space exploration involves dual-use technologies, so the geopolitical situation should be taken into consideration. But I would say that space and space exploration is certainly highly internationalized as a sector, and there are many benefits that I could think of related to the internationalization. You might remember on the train from Chicago to Santa Fe, head of the counterintelligence mission kept explaining it to the Polish secret services, what was allowed to be said and what was not, and it's a true story. So there are those intricacies related to international cooperation in such sensitive sectors, and my question now to Professor Drabarek, representing the Łukasiewicz Research Network. And by the way, Łukasiewicz Research Network is one of our beneficiaries. I am very happy whenever we offer grants to the Łukasiewicz Research Network. So the question is, how do we ensure sovereignty or build sovereignty in the different areas of international cooperation? I'd like to go back to the strategy of internationalization and the ecosystem of higher education and science. I have read through the strategy in details. I believe that research institutes, however, have been largely neglected in that strategy, including the Polish Academy of Sciences, because the strategy very much focuses on universities, placing universities in the very center. So I would really like to make this appeal. I'd like to take this opportunity and make this appeal to include the important research institutes in the strategy as well. Perhaps we do not play such an important role in the sector of higher education, but certainly in the sector of science. That goes without saying. There can be it's not possible to have technological advantage in any sector imaginable. International cooperation is all about creating faster, cheaper, more efficient solutions, and so we should not be reinventing the wheel. If someone has already done the research, it makes no sense to repeat it. Some time ago, I researched the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Europe, and what I looked into was, who managed vaccine manufacturing best. And it turns out that thanks to European cooperation, it was the European Union that was the fastest to manufacture anti-COVID-19 vaccines, and the vaccines became publicly available very quickly. And that is one of the best examples of international cooperation. And of course, being ready to cooperate within networks, that is the very foundation for technological support. Otherwise, we end up being isles of innovation. But if we do not compare innovative solutions in the form of publications published in prestigious journals, then some of the money will go to waste, because we should all aim at a synergistic effect of our research. Synergy is one of the cliches recently so often used by our students and teachers alike, but there should always be an added value. So whenever possible, we should combine results of research to arrive at a synergistic effect. And Europe usually needs 20 years to go from an idea through to the stage of implementation. And 20 years is a long time. So we should join forces in Europe. We should make sure that European laboratories, European researchers join forces in order for all of us here in Europe to speed up. Otherwise, we will not be competitive. We will have no competitive edge as compared to the US or China. So in a nutshell, internationalization does not boil down to academic prestige, does not boil down to, a reward for us entertaining some individual contacts with researchers from other countries. Internationalization today is all about participating in consortia that solve real issues and offer real-life technological innovative solutions. Professor Małachowski, head of the National Center for Research and Development, we drafted the strategy in order to come up with directions for future development, in order to summarize specific instruments, and in order for internationalization to be seen as a process rather than a number of non-coordinated initiatives. So my question is, the Polish system for funding scientific research, is it strategic enough? And is it conducive to long-term results? Or is it rather fragmentary, spanning specific periods of time? Well, at the end of 2024, we envisaged 4 strategic areas. That was at the end of 2024. So what we stated was that the National Center for Research and Development would focus on digitization, broadly understood digitization, so advanced quantum technologies, chip technologies, and that was the first element. So digitization. Another area was artificial intelligence. Now, the third area was public health and biotechnology. Energy transition was another. And finally, the fourth area is the defense system and security. And what I have in mind are plans made for at least 5 years to come. So the challenges that we would like to finance are not regional challenges. Oftentimes people write to me or call me and say, Mr. Director, there's this or that issue. And what I often respond is, the way I often respond to such requests is, mind you, this is a local issue. And we are interested in issues that are not local or regional, but international. So new, potentially innovative ideas need to be compared to similar ones at an international level. STEP, critical technology platform, is what we've been promoting as well, because we try to focus on the critical areas, critical in terms of us here in Poland and in Europe being independent, being autonomous. So biotechnology is one of those important areas. And all of a sudden, it turned out that we're virtually helpless because we had been led to believe that the US will defend us at any cost, and all of a sudden we had to change gear and start investing in research in the defense sector. So there will be a new STEP program dedicated to critical technologies in the defense sector. So these are the 4 pillars, the 4 critical areas, and we channel most of the funds into those 4 critical areas. And then again, it does not boil down to a technology that I believe to be the best, the most effective here and now. No, this needs to be a technology that moves beyond the territory of Poland. And since we are ranked 23rd within the European Union, mind you, we are ranked 23rd amongst the EU member states because over the past financial programming periods, we were mainly purchasing ready-made solutions. We were not investing in innovative technologies, but we had been mostly spending money on purchasing ready-made solutions. And it's always easier to buy. But now, we will not finance a single zloty. We will not subsidize a single zloty in terms of purchasing ready-made solutions. We want Polish research institutions to cooperate with partner institutions from abroad, and I would not like to keep pointing my finger at anyone and saying shame on us, but most of the submitted projects I had to throw out the window because people used to believe that NCBR would offer funding. I don't know, someone had an idea of purchasing innovative lubricants, but no, that has changed. We no longer subsidize purchases. We are interested in solutions developed right here within a network of international cooperation, but we are no longer interested in purchasing ready-made solutions.
Thank you very much. That's certainly food for thought. I think the entire Europe overslept. Does any of you own a European-built smartphone, computer, or OP? Before 2006, when I was studying in the US, we all had Nokias. Phones. Now we have iPhones or Samsung, so that means that the entire Europe has overslept. So continuing on this particular junction, a question. We were thinking about the strategic approach. So, do you allow yourself to take risk? Do you have a right to take risks? Sometimes this research is successful, sometimes it is not. So in this long-term specific system, do we allow ourselves to take risks and perhaps to make mistakes? Yes, generally speaking, in the NCN, you may modify your projects if you spot any errors or mistakes. When evaluating a project, the main element of it is innovations of the research, but we also evaluate implementability, feasibility of the studies. So this is certainly an element that the project leader must account for when evaluating a project. So in this context, of course, it somehow mitigates the risk related to decision making. Having said that, if the projects are innovative and in the course of the implementation it turns out that you can approach it differently and the researcher responsible for the project wants to modify it, they have full right to do so without seeking approval of NCN. It is the researcher's discretion to do so. However, the implementation of the project and then execution, publication and so on, well, there is some legal scripture to be followed. The result of the consequences of NCN funding of a project would mean that the researcher has to publish. But if the project leader decides to modify what they've done before, they can do so without seeking approval of the NCN. They would simply write the relevant comments in their annual report. But as I say, this is their full discretion. They have to explain what they did and why they did so, because it may transpire that a similar project has already been implemented elsewhere. But as I say, this is full discretion of the project leader. As for innovations, well, new ideas are born out of innovation, so this is definitely a material for continuing and pursuing scientific career. So, yes, we give ourselves a right to commit mistake, but we mustn't forget that when the project is evaluated, we're also looking at the feasibility thereof. If it's a high-risk, high-gain project, then the assessors, the evaluators, would often account for that when providing decision to fund that project or not. I did speak about RCN. This is the Norwegian research agency. They have this very special small program that is devoted to high-risk projects only. So this is a special fund for the projects that would most probably not be implemented the way they were planned. But if they are, then the gain would be tremendous. Now, in our case, when we're discussing calls, it is the Council of the NCN that has a decisive vote here. And quite often when we organize calls for projects, we are thinking about the level of risk. We'll see how it goes. It all depends on our council and, of course, on the funding available to our center. And there are also other auditing institutions that we have to account for, and they are double-checking on us. Thank you very much. Okay, so in our strategy we focus on the criterion related to quality. As we hear from Mr. Szeptycki, we're moving away from the short-term mobility model for mobility's sake and moving towards permanent, durable, sustainable research networks. So it is a big step forward. What do we want from the researchers? What do we want from scientists? Well, of course, we may grumble about the fact that there is never enough money, but my question goes to Dr. Wachowicz. As Polsa, the Polish Space Agency, what is it that you expect us to deliver? What is it that you want us to be able to pursue? What kind of competences would you want us to present? Shall I learn English? Shall I have other competencies? What is it that you need us for? Well, I may be using some highbrow language, but the space sector needs its stakeholders to play for the same goal. We need to specialize. In science, it goes without saying that we need to specialize, that we should not be working for some 64 different priorities, but we need to specialize. And in space, this is very much the same. We've got the specialization, technological areas in which we excel, and we need to build on that. I would expect the R&D milieu to focus their efforts, intellectual efforts, physical efforts, research efforts, on specific specializations. I remember very well, mind you, let me reformulate, I'm a physicist, I'm a theoretical physicist, and I enjoy how beautiful it is to engage in theoretical research for some highbrow theories. It's so lovely to have a differential formula and what have you. It is really so great. But the challenge is that we need to focus on the nitty-gritty. What we need in space is a success, so that there is no Polish element missing in any area of technology that is used in space, be it intellectual element, technical element, or other. So I would expect institutions to focus on specialized areas rather than to approach it in broad terms. And something that I care a lot about, which is very specific for the space industry, namely respect for intellectual property rights. Let's get ready for success, let's get ready for commercialization, but let's think and plan for this success. Let's try to envisage managing our own intellectual property. Get ready for success, be ready to consume it. This doesn't lie too much in our Polish national character. We know how to mitigate risks, we know how to overcome crises, but for a change, we may get ready for success. For instance, patents, intellectual property rights, industrial property rights, various types of protection for software, thinking about data. This is such a huge resource of ours, not in space only, but everywhere, really. So let's get ready for the success, and let's be ready when the success comes. Quality of data, securing data. Polish universities have made huge progress on that way. We can now collect, store, protect data, and this is something we need every researcher to be able to do. Intellectual property, right? Because this is the very foundation of our economic competitive advantage. Thank you very much. I was taking due note of what you said. We conducted our research when we were writing strategy, and apparently it turns out that students with mobility earn better money in the market. And now a question to Professor Jolanta Intrich-Drabarek. So from the point of view of Łukasiewicz Research Network, what kind of internationalization strategies should we pursue? What is it that we can take from the world and bring it to Poland and the other way around? What is it that we need to commercialize our presence in the international scientific market? Well, what a difficult question. As I said before, internationalization is about some very specific development and building relations with individual European networks, R&D networks, that we can cooperate with through R&D projects, through consortia, leaders, partners, and so on, at equal footing. We certainly need support in mobility and apprenticeships, and there should be a system of financing those stipends, people coming from the Łukasiewicz Research Network. We should be able to offer financial support and logistical support. You did say that we used to write our books somewhere in a garage. Yes, we continue to do so. We never out of the garage because we don't have enough money to get an office. So there's not that much light still, but depending on how much money we have within our families, maybe we can get out of the garage soon, but it's still not a proper office. So we have problems getting finance to the researcher and appreciating their intellectual property right. There is ongoing pauperization of the scientific milieu. In 1990s, a professor was earning 2.5 of the average pay. Now a professor is earning 1.2 of the average salary. So, of course, money will not solve everything, but it wouldn't be very wise to send a researcher abroad just to lose them because they never come back. So anyway, this is a very difficult question. We mustn't offer an individual approach because Łukasiewicz Research Network is not a panaceum here. If we build this ecosystem whereby we can all prosper within legally allowed structures so that we can earn good money, lead dignified life, be able to conduct our research. And I would always save some 10% for those who want to follow their own path out of mainstream, because sometimes this out of mainstream can bring us good results. In Japan, they funded the research and apparently it turned out that the team never concluded. There were no conclusions reached, because the research ended with nothing. What did the Japanese government do? It never dissolved the team, but it offered another grant to pursue another topic. And it turned out that the competencies they gathered during the first round came up with a fantastic result at the second round of research. So we're talking long-term, smart strategy for research policy. And this will help us build this ecosystem. I'm sure this was the intention of the strategy author, so that this is not a document that remains just a theoretical framework for itself, but a practical approach to various types of threats, chances and opportunities. Now, we only have 2 minutes. I had one question to my speakers, but maybe the audience would like to grab this opportunity. If not, then of course I can continue.
Dobrze, proszę Państwa, nie ma chętnego, to w takim razie ja już...
There is no volunteer, so I would address our panelists with one final question. Whatever the number of strategies we come up with, there is still a question of aging. We are soon to see generation gap. Well, I am still one of the youngest in my faculty, but if a professor assistant earns the minimum wage in Poland, whatever the number of strategies, whatever the number of bright ideas we have, well, there will be no people to implement it. So it all boils down to money. Let's talk money. And you want us to finish off within 60 seconds? Okay, let me reformulate. How ambitious are we in our agencies? If you have free imagination, where do you want to be in your institutions? 30 seconds to each panelist. Dream on. Well, I want a Polsa space agency that would look like DARPA and DLR, so that we have our own money for R&D, so that we can fund our ideas, and so that we can fund high-risk ventures. So we want to be able to go for okay to fail, as they do in the USA. I'd love Polsa, the Polish Space Agency, to be able to deliver on interesting and ambitious moon visions, so that we are an operational agency, so we can also analyze the GPS distortion signals. You may know that the north of Poland is experiencing heavy distortion to the satellite signal. So my dream would be for Polsa to be able to counteract the effects of signal distortion and jamming of the signal, rather. I would really want Polsa to be able to work across various sectors so that satellite data can be stored and used in public administration. And that's it. Thank you very much. I don't want to get winded up. Over to Professor Małachowski. In NCBR, we came up with this chain organization, which is the universities of the future, whereby we provide finance to students, then we provide funding for startups, and then we have another line of funding for young leaders. And at the level of international cooperation, we want to be brave enough to apply for funds from the EU budget, so that these young people are not afraid, are not shy to apply for the EU funds. When we have organized the managerial training, the largest success in this training is recorded when our students learn to apply for funds and are successful in that. So this is the biggest challenge, but also a dream. And then perhaps the leader program would also enable a young researcher to earn as much as 15,000 zlotys. So this is a challenge, but it is attainable. Everybody can come up with an interesting idea. We can give you money to implement your team, and you can make good money once you commercialized your project. So we need people who are brave, young, and willing to take up this challenge. There is plenty of money in NCBR. I have problems spending it. Good to know. Thank you very much for this optimistic conclusion. Over to Dr. Iliana. Well, we would like to have the same amount of money in NCBR so that we can finance our projects. That's a dream. Okay, provided they are innovative. Okay, this will be the down-to-earth request to have more money. Having said that, one of the experts, when assessing the projects, said that scientists should deal with such research that has potential to change the school manuals. And this is about brevity, this is about being brave and bold. The scientific problems or topics addressed in Poland should be more innovative, and there is high potential to do so. And secondly, as Professor Małachowski said, we need to be bolder. We need to be more courageous in applying for the EU funds, not just as applicants, but also as project leaders. What a beautiful dream to pursue. And to conclude, Professor Itrich Drabarek, as I said before, and as I heard from other speakers, well, we can use all the money in the world, but we need to be wise in spending it. We should think twice about the way we spend the money, the goals, the objective, as we should be delivering on the strategic goals as adopted by Łukasiewicz Research Network, which is circular economy, chemical developments for industry, defense, and military use. This is the objectives we want to pursue, and this is where the largest money should be spent on. Because now, within the Łukasiewicz network, we see huge opportunities for us in high-tech, in energy transformation, and dual use. Because when we talk in security and defense, we all realize that many of these technological achievements can then be used in civilian industries. And that is why these would be the right line of development, so that we do not use this technology only as weapons, but also we can use it in peacetimes. Drones, for instance. We know that drones can be used to kill, but they are also saving human lives. Thank you very much to all our panelists, and let's thank them with a round of applause.
Proszę.
Dobrze, bardzo dziękuję Państwu za uwagę.
Fine, thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you for being with us. We here for you so you can grab us during coffee break. You heard from Dr. Łukasz Gołota, who was our moderator. When you were clapping, I was afraid you will ask us to repeat one more time.
Wieczorem.
Fortunately not. So no encore, but we will have another photo op. When you take the photograph, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Dominik Antonowicz. His panel will happen straight after the coffee break.
Nie wszyscy po niej powracają, to dlaczego powinni?
And you can say why people need to come back for the last panel of today. It will be a very stormy discussion. Why don't you grab a quick coffee and come back here? We will be talking about the way to pick partners in the ever-changing landscape of science. And there will be Patrycja Matusz, Agnieszka Olechnicka and Łukasz Zamęcki, specialists, researchers on international cooperation and European studies. So we will be back here in 15.
Pan profesor też jest mobilny, jak pan tutaj...
I can see a lot of mobility going on.
Państwu robimy zdjęcie,
So, a photo op,
z wszystkimi państwem widzimy
and
się
I will
właśnie
see you soon.
o
Let's be back
16:25 prawdopodobnie,
at
być może parę minut
4:25.
później. Profesor Antonowicz jest z Uniwersytetu
Dr.
Mikołaja
Antonowicz
Kopernika.
represents the Toruń University of Mikołaj Kopernik.
Podobno jest tak, że jak tutaj mówię, to mnie też tam słyszą, więc dlatego mówię. Dzień dobry, witam po przerwie. Sprawdzam po państwu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. I'm trying to measure the temperature of the audience. Thumbs up, thumbs down. How are you feeling? Or maybe halfway through? Well, you're showing 2 thumbs up, madam. Good to know. Gentleman over there is yawning. Have you had a cup of coffee? 2 cups of coffee. Well, yeah, it all depends on the number of coffees a day. Dominic, will you be serving some coffee? 3 coffee slots. That is the duration of this thematic panel. Dr. Dominik Antonowicz, professor at the Mikołaj Kopernik University in Toruń, will be moderating this session. So, what's going on in Toruń? Well, the weather is sunny, and we serve gingerbread cookies. Oh, that's a comment from the audience. I understand some of you have come from Toruń. Anything else? Copernicus. And there's a famous radio station based in Toruń as well. Well, I understand our panelists are now ready to participate in this session. Dominic, could you please introduce the panelists and let us begin? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being so determined as to stay with us until the very end. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for accepting the invitation to join the panel. Patrycja Matusz, representing the Wrocław University, a deputy rector for internationalization. Dr. Agnieszka Olechnicka, representing the Warsaw University, head of the Center for European, Regional and Local Studies, EuroReg, and Dr. Łukasz Zamęcki, a political science specialist and an expert on the Asia region, including Hong Kong and Taiwan, and also a professor affiliated with the Warsaw University. Deputy President of the NAVA Council. My question to each and every one of the panelists is what sort of logic is now adopted by institutions and researchers in searching for stable partners in order to shape the future education system. So how does a research institute or a university go about searching for potential partners? That is the question, basically. Thank you, Dominique, for extending the invitation to participate in this discussion panel. I am a researcher of migration, and I also happen to be a pro-rector for internationalization at the Wrocław University. And I kept wondering about the university priorities in terms of internationalization. I have been supporting researchers in building their networks of cooperation. If I think of researchers representing the Wrocław University, I can tell you that some of them conduct research in the Amazon forest, others conduct research in Asia. From the point of view of interinstitutional partnerships, strategic partnerships, I can tell you that we mainly focus on Europe. So the European Union is the priority region in terms of partnership building, and certainly the Alliance of European Universities is the priority project that I am engaged in, and the IDUB initiatives, so initiatives under our Excellence program, are also important and prioritize European partners. And also European partners operating at a regional level. The Wrocław University is located nearby Dresden, for instance, and there are lots of different research institutes in the borderland, like the Görlitz Astra Physics Institute, and that's a natural partner for us, given the geographic location. But we're also located close to our Czech partners, and there are some strong regional universities in the Czech Republic as well. Why Europe? I can afford European partnerships, to put it bluntly, and I am not really looking further away because of the limited funds. 3% of the GDP is earmarked on science and higher education, and that budget is even subject to protests. And this is not sufficient to create global partnerships, simply because of insufficient funds. Secondly, what I believe is very important as well is that when I began my work in the capacity of the Deputy Rector for Internationalization, I knew that I wanted to enhance our involvement in European partnerships and European consortia. Łukasz, could you please respond to the question through the prism of your cooperation with Taiwan and Hong Kong previously, searching for institutional partners under educational projects mainly? So when you're searching for partners under didactic educational projects, what are the criteria that are important to our partners in Asia? Well, first of all, let me say hello and thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. You have rightly distinguished between research-oriented cooperation and didactic cooperation because the principles behind the two are quite different. With respect to research cooperation, well, we want to make sure that we cooperate with the best brains available, even though, of course, funds are a limiting factor, and Europe is a natural source of partners due to the limited funds. So it's important what the financial framework is. And even though you want to be able to cooperate with the very best, you will necessarily be limited by the available funds. Speaking of regional cooperation, in Europe, geographic proximity is definitely conducive to that. So geographic proximity is always helpful in terms of such transnational cooperation programs. And there are many common denominators. The education systems and the research systems are similar, and that makes cooperation easy. And I suppose cultural issues also play a part. If you think of both research and didactic cooperation from a more global perspective, well, language issues, cultural issues do come to the fore. So it's quite natural for French universities to undertake cooperation with French-speaking countries, and the same applies to Asia. So speaking of Eastern Asia, I would say that an important factor behind cooperation is security. And well, that mainly applies to China. If you think of Korea or Taiwan, security is one of the most important factors. When cooperating with Taiwan, is it then more difficult to undertake cooperation with Chinese universities? I wonder how to be, diplomatic about it, but also how to explain it briefly, because this might be turned into an hours-long lecture. Well, in Taiwan, often when I ask them about their relations with China and, the current tensions and the prospects for future cooperation, often they tell me to, calm down because things are not as bad as it might seem. But mind you, Foxconn, for instance, well, we're supposed to be involved in a joint automotive project with Taiwan, but the manufacturing facilities are based in China, actually. But in spite of that, having said that, certainly it does make a difference. I spent a lot of my professional life in Hong Kong. I no longer go back to Hong Kong, also for political reasons, because my scientific cooperation involving partners from Hong Kong has been made much more difficult recently. My question to Agnieszka Olechnicka, an economist who has authored a book on the geography of scientific cooperation. I'd like to ask you what the important factors are behind international cooperation. What makes cooperation with researchers from a given country easy or more encouraging? I understand that co-authorship was something that you examined in your book. So have you noticed any patterns? Well, first, thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. It's been made possible for the first time because previously I couldn't join the Congress due to health issues. And yes, in response to your question, geography of knowledge exchange or knowledge flows is an area that we have examined, taking advantage of all sorts of data, including data on co-authorship or data related to the persons being mentioned by authors as those who might have contributed to a given paper or publication. We will not be discussing the regional level as much, even though I am really interested in it, but let me begin from the individual level. Cooperation is often a result of coincidence. Well, we attend a conference, we make friends, we meet someone, we discuss things in an informal setting, and that may be a starting point for cooperation between individual researchers. It has been stated here that cooperation is a necessity, is a requirement, but let's remember that a researcher seeks prestige and recognition, and that might involve participation in a conference, in a project, or interviewing a well-known researcher, but it may also boil down to funds for one's own research. And that is also an act of recognition for a researcher. Often, without the required infrastructure, it is impossible to conduct research. So research teams are often created around an available infrastructure. And Dominic, you know who we like cooperating with, who we like to share the difficult work of a researcher, both the effort and the potential success. And I'd like to refer back to what Madam Deputy Rector has said. Thank you for mentioning the interregional cooperation, because it's really important to strike the right balance between regional or more local cooperation and international cooperation involving more remote partners. So we play with distance and proximity day in, day out. It may be spatial proximity or cognitive proximity or cultural proximity or institutional proximity. There may be some institutions that are simply closer to our heart, and there's not a single theory that would describe it all in details, but well, it only goes to show what the different options are out there. Selection of co-authors, selection of co-researchers is so important. A co-author often brings open access, academic friends with benefits is the way we refer to it. So a potentially attractive resource that you can take advantage of. So with some centers or countries, it really, makes a lot of sense to cooperate because they bring along the open access. So moving on to the next round of questions, what I'd like to ask you about is whether Poland should come up with a strategy on how to select partners. And by strategy, I do not mean a written down document, but, a rationale behind the selection of partners and who should be in charge of it. And should we be pointing to individual countries, or should we narrow it down to particular centers, institutions? So first and foremost, in the context of scientific and didactic cooperation, should there be some strategic regions that Poland should address looking for partners? What should they be? And at which level, or rather, who should be in charge? That's my question. So who should be in charge? Which regions to reach out to when seeking partners? Well, my voice is shaking because I'm a little afraid of that question. I am in charge of promoting Polish science and Polish researchers, and hopefully this broadcast is not a nationwide broadcast, because I remember this discussion on whether Poland can afford not to regulate strategic directions for cooperation or even thematic areas for cooperation. We know that there are some sectors in which if you invest a single zloty, it brings return on investment. And my voice is shaking because the decision is very difficult. Because if we take strategic decisions on thematic areas for cooperation, then you may easily guess that some sectors, some areas would be left out. Now, the level of cohesion, consistency between different strategies adopted in Poland is really varied. On the one hand, we keep discussing strategic areas, and these strategic areas are delineated at the level of ministries. So, there's the strategy for internationalization, there's the strategy for higher education in general. But what I would like to see is that there is greater consistency between these documents and initiatives. So they should be rooted in an academic DNA. I remember when I was delegated to Denmark to learn how to manage universities, and I could witness at firsthand how they did it in Denmark, starting from cafe meetings. Everyone was more or less familiar with the internal machinations of a university, and that is not where we are yet in Poland. And of course, it would be great to have access to the best research centers, but of course, some of the regions are only natural as a source of potential partners. And if I asked you how many of you have taken advantage of EU funds, I am sure that there would be lots of hands up, because this is a very natural direction for us. And representatives of universities know that it's also much easier to attract students from OECD countries. but more than 50% of foreign students in Poland come from Ukraine, for instance. So I think what I would like to postulate is greater coordination between different strategic initiatives. Well, then, my next question is, who should we not cooperate with? That's an interesting question. Who should we not cooperate with? That's not the way I would put it. I think I would think of our available resources, because what often happens is that there's a lack of balance between partners within a project. Let's remember that there are particular universities and researchers that are engaged in research, and some of them are doing better than others. And the question is, how do we, engage in some matchmaking and match those on the weaker end with those on the stronger end? Because for the weaker ones, the only odds to be part of the international research milieu is to join the stronger partners, but that's a dilemma. So I think we need to think of how to make sure that we have strong partners. These are the circumstances, and that's the way I would see it. Should we be Should we then be aspiring at joining networks or partnerships involving stronger partners, but then be risking that we are going to be necessarily treated as the weaker partner? It's a ladder that you keep climbing up. So some of the researchers who have never been engaged in any joint project may start at a national level and work their way up. There's no simple answer to your question. We were asking simple questions earlier on, and we will now be moving on to the more difficult questions. The subject of this panel is geopolitics, so maybe this is the way to answer your question. Think of security. You need to balance out the potential benefits stemming from international cooperation and the risks related to security. Maybe that's the way to answer your question. But do not ask me to point to specific geographic directions. My question now goes to Patrycja, the Deputy Rector for Internationalization at the Wrocław University. Do you remember any cases of cooperation that you have been involved in and now believe that, it wasn't beneficial over the long term?
Well, for instance, I closed down the Confucio Center at the University of Wrocław, which was a difficult decision, and it brought me a lot of media attention, but I made this decision after analyzing the risk related to this unit. And against the laws and with all the difficulties we had with the Polish-German cooperation of Willy Brandt, I was fighting to continue working with this entity because this is a priority for me. So allow me to comment on what you have asked me about, namely, as Agnieszka said, we need to engage in this ladder of cooperation when we apply for research projects. Well, if you fail to be a partner in the consortium funded by the Horizon Fund, then you would not be a leader. If you did not have a small grant, you will not be applying for Maestro type of grants. This is the journey that our researchers have to pursue both at individual level and in terms of institutional framework. Last week, I co-organized this Go Global conference at our university in Wrocław. We were talking about the positioning of various universities, and I was asked a question from the audience. If you have 1.4 GDP spent on science, how can you compete with your German neighbors who are spending twice as much? And I said, I'd like to join in the right guys, because this is where I see my chance. We were talking about two velocities here. Our partners know exactly how much money is spent in Poland on science and research. They know our infrastructure and so on. But there is many things that we can contribute to the cooperative projects. Let me go back to regional cooperation. Since Saxony is focusing a lot on cooperation with the regions in energy transformation, namely post-mining areas, and here in Poland we have many of those in Lower Silesia. This is what combines us and gives us a huge potential of being successful in applying for grants. So answering Łukasz's question, you wanted to know about one important thing. Who should play a decisive role in choosing our directions of development? I may be controversial when I say that I'm looking at the internationalization strategy with interest, because universities are autonomous. They should be the ones adopting decisions on whom they want to cooperate with, unless the national strategy is pegged to money. And then from the point of view of national cooperation, we may say, well, we need to cooperate with Ukraine because here is the money for it. And then I would go along with it. But if the strategy does not provide any fund, then I would say, look, it's my business, I know exactly what my university needs, and I will be making my decisions. Okay, thank you so much. I forgot what I wanted to say because of the way you looked at me. Okay, it's not so much about weaker partners cooperating with stronger partners. Look what happened to China. They used to be they used to be a weaker partner, and they were only part of the consortia because they were able to conduct some research that was considered non-ethical in Europe, and we would not want to engage it in Europe. And thanks to huge amount of money spent on research in China, they are no longer the weaker partner. Now they are a giant. And apparently this may be a trap that those weaker regions and countries may fall into. To a certain extent, they are delivering on the strategy dictated by the stronger partners. So we want to be in the avant-garde. We want to be the ones coming up with subject, topics, and research lines, because maybe these smaller centers, weaker centers, would want to be engaged into some kind of research, but they are being pressurized by stronger partners. Indeed, this might be a chance for the countries, institutions, or groups that deal with some niche topics, sometimes operating at the peripheria. Maybe they can put their heads together and fight for these topics to be entered into the mainstream. I think in Poland there is a number of areas where we have the position of a European leader. Well, not that many, but some 4%, I'm sure. But these motifs, these subjects must be better recognized and better visible. So they must gain some clout also by means of cooperating with some other Central and Eastern European countries, maybe some universities that have not yet made it to the top rankings. I'm thinking also about universities that will be willing to act with smaller partners. I'm not talking about Chinese or American universities, but there are other there for grabs. So, researchers, groups, institutions, countries, just like Poland. We cannot offer huge money, so we are somewhat doomed to cooperate with other peripheral countries. Well, hoping for this cooperation network to elevate them a little bit, perhaps not 2 leagues up, but maybe one step of the ladder up. So here it is. Okay, the world is changing dynamically when we look at the fuel prices, when we look at the Strait of Hormuz. So as researchers, let me pick your brain. Which of the global processes, which single process will have the biggest impact on scientific cooperation? Which one process will shape the institutional cooperation in the years to come? I'm not talking about individual cooperation, but about the relations fostered at the level of the institutions. So let me repeat the question. Which global process will be the most important to shape international cooperation? Military conflict, potential geopolitical changes? Which of these would determine the way we cooperate with other scientists? Agnieszka, over to you. Well, I was thinking hard on how to answer this question. Would that be war, conflicts, or perhaps the strategic position of China as an agent that creates the world of technology as we know it? Well, I'm in two minds, difficult to choose. I'm sure we're part of the process. The war in Ukraine, and studies confirm it, the war in Ukraine has changed its neighbors, has changed the way we cooperate, has changed the way we teach students, and will continue to do so. But paradoxically speaking, this is not that obvious. It's pretty ambivalent, because on one hand we broke up our cooperation with Russia, a very radical thing and a strategic thing to do. We no longer cooperate with Russia or Belarus, for that matter, and rightly so. And this, of course, influenced various disciplines that are dependent on various types of cooperation. So we have no longer access to Russian archives. We cannot study Russian habitats and what have you. Many universities were hit by that, but paradoxically speaking, studies confirm that the war has opened up new possibilities of cooperation in the area of foreign cooperation, and not only with Ukrainians. So it is a very multi-sectorial impact that develops over time. The further we go on, the longer the war lasts, the longer it takes for us to build partnership. Here comes different domains, say dual use, military cooperation, safety and security, more and more areas where cooperation is possible. We can offer our expertise as knowledge broker, translator of Eastern context for Western Europe. This is, for instance, visible in the IMPRESS-U project, which is a Ukrainian-American project, whereby we act as an agent, as a middleman. So not only do I see a potential for cooperation for us, but Poland can serve as a broker of knowledge in between various culture contexts, as well as the issues related to war, safety, security, and migration. I think in the post-war period, because war will be over one day, we hope, we will have an important role in restoring the processes of democracy across the CEE region. I think it will continue to be very important, rightly so. And the second process I'd like to mention is the position of China. During the first session, and mind you, we are here at the AGH University of Kraków. So during the first session, we heard a lot about the rare metals. And this is a grand example of what happens on the ground and how much it determines the transformation that is introduced by the EU. I'm talking green transformation, I'm talking green and digital. And obviously, this is combined to the way we can protect our knowledge and provide us with access to these rare metals. because we don't have them in Poland. I mean, they're very rare. They're only available in China, Africa, with the Chinese foothold, and China have been there for many years now. But look how much science is involved. We cannot leave that cooperation. It's not only about mining, okay? It's about sustainable development, it's about restoration, it's about capture, storage, a number of scientific disciplines that can take part in the process. The president of NCBR spoke of these key elements and key areas for the National Center of R&D. All of them are related to those rare metals. So safety and security, of course. On one hand, we want to compete in Europe, but we need to cooperate with China as well. There is no way around it, otherwise we won't be able to deliver on our strategic priorities. Over to you, Łukasz. Well, I wanted to say a number of things, so first things first. As for rare metals, let me promote myself. A few years back, I wrote an article on rare metals as a new instrument, a political instrument for China. I wrote it in Polish. Nobody noticed it. I could have been a prophet. Nobody saw that coming but me. I was analyzing some stats from the EU, and I was starting to think about those rare metals and rare earth elements. What would that be? But this is a grand example of the strategic development and how much that tallies with safety and security. Let me give you an insight into some anecdotal research. I visited North Korea and Japan recently, and I saw the way the security issues impact educational and scientific cooperation. This is a window of opportunity really for Europe, because say in Taiwan, people started to treat Poland as an anti-chamber of what's going on in Ukraine. We are the ones translating and explaining to them what's going on in Ukraine. We know that Taiwan is now close to Russia. South Korea is seeing Northern Korean soldiers. And all of a sudden, this region is becoming interesting. And we are really an agent there. We may be acting as this culture broker. When I was traveling around Taiwan, this was exactly when Russia invaded Ukraine, and all the Taiwanese universities were asking me about what was going on. They were asking me to give a lecture. I said, well, that's not my expertise. They said, come on, you're from Central Europe. Tell us about the war in Ukraine. So I did deliver a number of lectures on the Polish-Ukrainian-Russian relations. But as for educational efforts, the Korean and the Japanese, and I'm not revealing any secrets, are asking us about the possibility of sending students to the Warsaw University. And I asked them, why now? Why not before? And they say, well, the situation is changing. We do have this policy that a student from Japan or Korea should go abroad for a year at least. And so far, a number of those exchanges were conducted with the US. And the change that is going on also internally in the United States of America has brought about a change. Both in Korea and in Japan, they are looking for other directions. They don't want to be dependent on US only. They are also looking elsewhere. And then they think maybe Europe would be a right direction. So, well, they asked me, will you be able to accept our students? We're ready to pay for them. And then I said, keep them coming. We can accept any number of students provided they are paid students. But of course, this will have an impact on our scientific cooperation as well. All right, continuing on this topic, which of the processes would have the largest impact on the European higher education space. We did speak about some Polish problems, but I know, Patrycja, that you are researching Europe, you're part of a number of processes happening in Europe, and this is part of your professional interest. So looking at the global processes, which of the processes would be the largest bearing on Europe? Which would be the most important in the years to come for the development of higher education? Well, for sure, I can agree with what Agnieszka says, that sometimes the geopolitical situation triggers certain changes, forces certain changes, and our role as an institution of higher education in Europe is to go along with these changes. All of a sudden, we become an interesting partner because of the fact that we are there at the border. We are neighboring Ukraine, so we are an interesting partner. Migration to Poland started even before the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, so we've had some experience before that. But adding on to what Agnieszka said, European university alliances and Polish partners set the tone of our discussion with Ukraine. Many things have been said after the war. How would we start cooperation? And I was always asking in Brussels the question about money. How much money do we have for this cooperation? So I'm a very pragmatic person. Not everybody enjoys that. But I was always asking whether we will have money available for this cooperation. Apparently, the money we had came from Polish partners, from NAWA, from our network for academic exchange. So we were the ones setting tone for the future activities. But if you ask me about long term, I don't like really forecasting and telling the future. We have demographic experts who are better in it than I am. But if you're asking me about Europe, I think there's so many question marks. First, we need to look at the way our cooperation with the US is shaped. This geopolitical development offers a lot of topics for research, but it also determines the way European money will be spent, because all of a sudden defense, security, military applications are becoming more and more important and even dominant. We'll see how multi-annual financial framework will look like. I know that Erasmus is coming close to an end, but then the competitive fund is available. Let's see whether we will be able to offer some research money within the competitive fund. What happens if the American army is pulling back from Europe? What will happen? Will the European Union enhance its military potential? And what happens to dual use? Also in R&D. In Poland, we have the SAFE fund available right now. When we invest into the Polish army, will we be also benefiting Polish science? Will we be building drones as well as other scientific projects? So, I'll be very happy to find out more about it, the geopolitical challenges and the way it shapes the European integration, because there's plenty of things going on. This anti-European extreme right movements, political movements. What happens when we negotiate the new multi-annual financial framework? Will science make it to the framework? We now have some 13 minutes left, so this is really the last junction. I know that in Holland, in the Netherlands, they are introducing this language content to limit internationalization, and directly so. So my question to all of the panelists is basically the same. Does it mean, looking at the trends from center and into the peripheria, does it mean that we do have renationalization of higher education happening in Europe for various reasons, be it internal reason, migration, and so on? Do we already experience renationalization? There are many factors contributing to that. This trend is already visible. Does it mean, and do you think, that this will happen? We don't have a crystal ball, but do you think that this renationalization tendency, which is limiting, for instance, English-speaking faculties. Do you think it's short-term, this renationalization? Is it just a rebound effect, or will it spread across Europe, and will we go back to what happened before Erasmus in 1980s, when all universities of different member states were educating their students in their national language only? You did mention the Netherlands. I studied in Holland, I can speak Dutch, and I'm a great promoter of multilinguistic education. On one hand, I'm pretty glad that we are not pursuing English-speaking faculties only, because internationalization is not about English-speaking faculties only. Maybe there is a space to consolidate multi-ethnical character and other languages. If you're asking me, well, I hope we will not have renationalization of higher education, because on one hand, we can see this trend setting in. In the Netherlands, it's mainly related to the accommodation, to properties, housing, because the Dutch really allowed an influx of paid students from across Europe, and they simply have no flats and have no accommodation to accommodate all these students. I hope it doesn't move into that direction. On the other hand, we're discussing a joint European diploma, joint thesis, and everything that is related to this initiative of a European university. So I do hope that this process will not happen, that this trend of renationalization will not settle in. Although I do enjoy the question of whether the course must be run in English. English is my third language. So it's not really my first choice. It's not my first love, if you like. So I would really like to discuss the way forward. What is it that we should consolidate on, so that it's not for English speakers only, so to speak. Okay, thank you, Łukasz. As for Holland, of course, they are consolidating their own language. I was there for 6 months, and they forced me to study the Dutch. To no avail. I failed horribly. I'm still at A1 level. Poland, however, is a latecomer here. There are numerous advantages of it. We may but think about the ways we can implement good experience and best practices. So Holland and Poland are completely incomparable. We are in a completely different place as far as internationalization is concerned. So Holland is already a scientific and academic hub. They have all the partners. We need to work harder. As for the language matter, well, English is so widely spoken in the Netherlands that internationalization is not a problem at all. So I don't know if this is a model that we can replicate in the area of internationalization, or whether we should work on some hubs first. And as Patrycja said, maybe we should work with the social context, as the Dutch do. I mean, they simply have to take good care of the problem with accommodation, housing, and the political context requires them to do so. I wouldn't like to refer these processes to regions like Poland, for instance. So you're not worried of the renationalization tendency to spread around Europe? Well, for sure this may reappear now and then, because housing is already a problem. In Southern Asia, housing was always the biggest problem among students. I mean, you do not stay with your parents until you're 41 because you love them so much. You stay there because you cannot afford to buy a flat. In Hong Kong, you're not even able to rent a little flat. So I'm sure these financial matters will play into the hands of renationalization. But then the AI, homeschooling, international internationalization in a remote way will also be possible. And I'm sure this will be feasible without this renationalization. So this is where I would look for trends and solutions.
And you get the final voice. I agree with my colleagues, so I will not repeat what has been said. But what I'd like to observe is that perhaps we solve some issues, creating new ones. For instance, in Denmark, I have not analyzed it in details, but in Denmark, it is now being observed that perhaps they will suffer from a shortage of foreign specialists. But from my colleagues at the University of Utrecht, I know that they keep losing brilliant researchers, brilliant academics, and, they cannot master the language at such a level to be able to teach at universities, and that has become an issue. So I agree with the other speakers. We are not yet at that stage. We want to have more English. Well, by we, I mean under the strategy. It is stated that we need to make sure that there are English-speaking programs, that we can attract foreign students, but Polish is also becoming more popular due to the natural sources of students coming from abroad. So I believe that we will need to perhaps amend some of the procedures. Germany, that's an attractive country, free of charge studies and quite a broad offer. Would you say? Well, if you compare the offers of universities in the Netherlands and in Germany, you will see that the portfolio of programs, of English-speaking programs, is actually limited to master degree studies. And for bachelor level studies, there are only there's only a handful of programs offered in English. Germany believes that if you want to study in Germany, you need to master German in the first year of studies. So they have adopted a completely different way of attracting students. Instead of catering to English-speaking programs like in the Netherlands, they have decided to offer German language classes to students in the first year of studies so that they can attend German-speaking classes. We're now excited by the concept of internationalization, but the universities in the Netherlands have stated we do not need to compare ourselves to anyone else because we're great. So if I were to reverse your question, will Polish universities stop putting up a fight to be higher up in the ranking lists? No, they will not. But in the Netherlands, the universities are well aware of the fact that they are playing in a different league. And the same goes for internationalization. We are members of a different group of countries. But given the demographic changes, I think we will need to put up a fight for foreign students, and it all depends on what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will agree upon. Well, what we can observe in Germany or in the Netherlands, so, the ever stronger private university sector is also to be taken into account. So, there are students who come to Europe in order to study. They have the necessary financial resources, and they search for institutions that will be ready to admit them. And that goes to show, and I think it's a post-Brexit effect. Students have stopped coming to the UK. And of course, the ranking lists were prepared mainly with Asian students in mind, but the situation has changed as a result of Brexit. But now, let me simply extend my thank yous to the panelists. Thank you to the ladies and gentlemen in the audience for being so determined so as to stay with us until the very end. Thank you.
Dominik, to ja mam do ciebie jedno pytanie. Jak
Dominic, I have one final question.
Twoje miejsce w agendzie wydarzenia? To miejsce, które przypadło temu panelowi. Graveyard slot.
Your slot in the agenda, how would you call it in English? The graveyard slot. This is the very last discussion panel before dinner. So let's give a round of applause to all of the most determined ones who have stayed until the very end, until the graveyard slot. I've been moderating conferences for 10 years. I never heard of the graveyard slot, but I know that we came dangerously close to the graveyard slot, but a very enjoyable evening is ahead of us. Those of you who will attend dinner, and all of you are invited, let me tell you that dinner will be served nearby. You need to cross Rejmonta Street and then you turn left into Mickiewicza Street. The main headquarters of the AGH University is located there. It's the A0 Pavilion. It's a pretty building, I have to say. Yes, it's very pretty, elegant, large, spacious. So I'll see you there in 25 minutes at 6 p.m. sharp. So do not go home just yet. Please spend more time with us. Let's enjoy further conversations over dinner. Those of you who accompanied us online, we're very sorry you will not join us for dinner, but tomorrow we will be connecting with you. We begin at 9, 9:15 to be specific, so please be back tomorrow. Thank you. And I'm saying hello to the technical crew as well. Let's give them a clap.